chance to get in and get us started.
Okay.
Your first time you sat in that chair.
Last.
And, yeah, probably. That's what you said to me.
I'm sorry.
Good morning. Let me apologize. Had to get the big book here. Good morning and welcome to today's meeting. The first meeting on the agenda today will be the Economic and Community Development meeting. The second meeting will be Operations and Finance. The third meeting will be Facilities and Engineering, and there will be no public safety meeting or update. We have a quorum. Actually, we do not. Do we? Okay. We'll turn it over to you, Ms. Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Want to say good morning and welcome. We do apologize. We on Economic and Community Development Committee do apologize to those of you who were here 2 weeks ago. We really appreciated your attendance here, but the other meetings were going kind of long, so we didn't want to hold you all day. I think that day we were here until maybe 3. So you see why we asked you to come back, and we appreciate your being here.
If y'all want Christian music, just listen to it. Okay.
Okay, we needed that. We'll go ahead and call this meeting of Economic and Community Development to order. We today, as many of you know, Rabbi and I'm chair, he's vice chair, and we kind of tag team on this chairing the meeting. So he's going to chair the majority of the meeting today, but we do want to ask the approval of the committee members. Let's go ahead and get the approval of the minutes from the previous meeting.
Make a motion approved.
Second.
It's been motioned and second to approve the minutes of the March 27th committee meeting. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the minutes are approved. We're going to adjust the order of the minutes. We do have copies of the agenda up here on the podium right here for anyone who wants to take one. We're going to adjust our schedule. We are going to go to number 5 on our agenda and then move from 5 through the remainder of the agenda with the reports of the various organizations, and then we will go back to the number 2. So I'm going to turn it over.
You go ahead and chair. It's fine.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and go to, with the approval of the committee, anybody have any objections to doing that? Your committee members are Watkins, Allen, Lucas, Schlesinger, and Bivens, and we want to thank the other commissioners for being here as well. Item number 5 is appointments to boards, commissions, and authorities, and this is a resolution appointing Ron Wildman to the Macon-Bibb County Pedestrian Safety Review Board.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been motioned and second to approve that nomination. Any discussion? I think we all know Ron Wildman. It was Ron Wildman's reporting that led this commission in part to set up the Pedestrian Safety Review Board. He reported over a number of years about the large numbers of pedestrians who were being hit, being injured, or killed on our roadways. And so we felt like we as a commission needed to do our part. So the Pedestrian Safety Review Board was set up. And so there is a vacancy, and it's our honor to present him. And we'll go ahead with our motion. All in favor of the motion to approve, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and we will recommend to the full commission that Ron Wildman's nomination be approved there next Tuesday. All right, item number 6, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a resolution honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on the 50th anniversary of his assassination.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and second to approve that resolution. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and we will recommend that to the full commission, and hopefully at the next meeting we will read and present that to a number of organizations. All right, item number 7 is the master plan for Dolores Brooks. Many of you know Dolores Brooks was the first black woman to serve on the Macon City Council. She served over 20 years. She passed away a couple of years ago. We thought it was fitting to rename the East Macon Recreation Center in her honor. We have had phase 1 of the redevelopment of Dolores A. Brooks Recreation Center, and we're now on to phase 2. And we have our consultant here. If you would introduce yourself and give us any background information, and then tell us about Dolores Brooks Park, the plans.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to be before you again. And our firm thanks you for selecting us to work on these renovation drawings. We've been fortunate to work on several projects for parks, and I want to bring you up to date on where we came from, where we're at, and where we're going on this project. And I have a handout. State your name when you get back to the podium, please. My name is Charles Green, and I'm with WM2A Architects. We're on Cotton Avenue, and we've been in downtown Macon for 32 years. We were hired last fall to do a 2-step design project on phase 2 of the splost improvements for this park. This park was formerly known as East Macon. It's now been renamed Dolores A. Brooks. As Commissioner Lucas explained to you, I am both an architect and a landscape architect. And people ask me why I did that. I'm not sure why anybody wanted to do that. But at any rate, this plan that you have a copy of there is a partial site plan of the overall site. There are 89 acres at Dolores A. Brooks Park, and from the aerial photograph you can see that there are only about 1/3 of the property is being utilized so far. So unlike many of our other parks where we're landlocked, this property has an opportunity for expansion. We had 3 community meetings. It started in November, whereby we collected information from the staff, from the commissioners that attended, from the local citizens who had an interest attended, and we built a wish list of things that were considered the most important. And those are highlighted on your drawing that I passed out. I've also given you a cost guesstimate. I call it a guesstimate because the architect prepared it. It's not bidded yet. but those funds total $1.3 million that are needed. And these are the items that during our discussion were the group felt were the most important to address with monies at this time. I'm told that in the future there'll be a phase 3 and other items will be improved at that time, but we identified that for someone with disabilities to approach this community center, it was very difficult from where you were designated parking spaces to even get to the front door. And to utilize the remainder of the park was a real challenge for someone in a wheelchair or has other disabilities. And so included in the interior renovation where the large toilets, the gang toilets for men and women, do not accommodate people in wheelchairs. There were other issues in those bathrooms, and so that was targeted as something that needed to be grossly renovated. We also had other spaces in the building that had not been improved in a number of years, and we picked them to get new ceilings, new walls, new floor finishes. We also are showing on our drawing here that the lobby would be enlarged and a new canopy would be constructed in the front of the building, much like we did at Rosa Jackson and Memorial and Frank Johnson. And so we have money set aside here for new entrance improvements. Also, we targeted to add some new handicap parking that would be near the front door, and the front entrance would have a ramp and stairs to accommodate people in wheelchairs. There were other improvements in the building where the break room was needing repair, and we're showing a new warming kitchen. You'll see that on your list. The pool needed a new slide. It also needs some shading materials so that it could be used by people with disabilities. We also targeted enlarging the windows in the meeting room. There are several doors that have not been renovated in a long time that needed new doors, frames, and hardware. The site lighting needs to be improved. There was landscaping, irrigation needs to be added on to. We had improvements to the existing nature trail and resurfacing the courts. So those were the items that our group targeted as the most needy at this time. And the guesstimate of cost is approximately $1.3 million, as it shows there on your handout. So that's where we've come from, and that's where we're at. And the intent here is to have you comment and approve, if wise, the master plan and the budget, so that we could enter construction documents in preparation for a public bidding of these improvements. So we have master plan estimate, and we're ready to go forward with the remainder of the drawings. So do I have any questions?
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
How much land did you say we had left at the park when we purchased it years ago?
It's approximately 60 acres. Now, there's an overhead power line that dissects the park, making a small upper piece and a larger lower piece.
So there would be room if the chairman here, I mean, that's her district, if possibly that we could work together and maybe with some additional monies you probably still have on hand to put a bike trail, which really didn't cost that much to put in, as well as a dog park for the people of East Side. Could that be possibly added to the outside? You won't need any additional employees.
Yes, sir. Those were not things that were on the immediate list, but we could certainly add them, or it could be considered phase 3 in a couple of years to make those improvements.
Well, I understand what we're doing at Tobosofsky has really made some improvements, which I will be talking on later, and what they've done out there, especially at the animal control, what they've done with a dog walk. And, you know, if you're going to do it, we try to take care of all of Bibb County, not just some of it. That's the only reason I was asking the question.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit
That's
about
good.
that bike park that's on there.
There is an existing gravel and clay bike park at the rear of the property. And at this time, that was not considered the hottest item to improve. So it's not on the list to receive improvements in this phase 2.
But it's just gravel and clay, you said?
Yes, sir.
I'd like the jump ramps, it's pretty well developed.
So that's like a BMX kind of a?
Yes.
Oh, cool. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah. Any other comments, questions? Is there anyone here from the East Macon Youth Group? They were a big part of the folks who attended those neighborhood meetings. We do appreciate all of the time that you put in to coming to those meetings and bringing other people in to you know, give us an idea of how much that park could be improved. And I think people are going to be very, very happy, and we'll see more people using it. Jones, did you have anything? All right, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and second to approve the master plan for Dolores Brooks Community Center. If no further discussion, all in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, and we will recommend to the full commission approval of the master plan, and thank you so very much.
Thank you for attending all the meetings and having such an interest in this.
Yeah. And those of you who knew Dolores knew she'd be cussing and talking and thanking everybody for doing this. But she would, you know, she was kind of humble in her own way. So she would kind of question this being done in her honor. But she's worthy because she was certainly a wonderful public servant. All right. Item number 8 is Commercial Economic Development Incentive Policy. This is a resolution that's sponsored by Commissioner Larry Schlesinger, and it's a resolution to request that the county attorney work with the local development authorities to develop a commercial economic development incentives policy to help attract and retain commercial businesses in Macon-Bibb County. We'll call on the sponsor.
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. This really developed as a result of Kroger closing their store on Pionona. You know, we have a tendency to celebrate the Amazons and the Irving plants that come here, while at the same time we are losing businesses, closing up. Target, would be one. H.H. Gregg would be another. So I spoke with Judd Drake, and Judd, if you have anything to add to this, please do. But we want to see about coming up with, some kind of incentive program that will, not only attract businesses here, but will retain businesses as well. So we're not going through what we have recently, seen within the community. Judd, do you have anything you want to add to that? Is Shut up here.
Just that a number of the metro counties have a program for commercial development incentivization, and that we'll be looking at those as a model and coming back to the commission to discuss and seek approval.
Okay. Well, yes, go ahead.
So I was curious, what type of programs? I know of tax incentive-based deals are the same.
It would be basically the same type of model where you would offer tax abatements in exchange for new projects or expansions, it would be a similar program that we use for industrial development for commercial development. And this commission would determine what size projects you'd want to allow to be able to take advantage of this program.
Right. This is just sort of the beginning stage of the process. We don't know exactly right now, what it's going to be, but once we get the development authorities, together and we put our heads together, we'll have more specifics at that point.
Judd, can we bring in a lot of businesses here, and if you go outside to the areas on 247 or on the east side or wherever they're building, you see a lot of tags from other counties. Is there any way we can negotiate with some of these businesses that you will get these tax incentives as long as you? I know we got people smart enough to work in these businesses. You can't say they're not, but they want to go outside to get some of these incentives. That they've got to hire X amount of employees out of Bibb County due to the fact that Bibb County is giving all these incentives, not these other counties.
Yes, sir. I think that is something to research. I don't know the answer, but I will certainly look at that and see if we can include that as a part of the policy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll certainly vote in favor of this, Commissioner Schlesinger. And I think this is an effort by this commission to say to our development agencies that you're doing a good job and we want to maximize your efforts. And so I certainly think that Industrial Authority, Urban Development Authority, MEDC, Chamber, Visit Macon is what it's called, Convention and Visitors Bureau, all of those entities need to meet regularly so that everybody knows what the others are doing and they maximize all of their efforts. And so I think it's a wonderful first step. So we'll entertain a motion. Did you have a question?
One follow-up. I was curious, are there any programs that we currently offer now that we should probably know more about or could be implementing better? That's, I don't know, I see a couple members from the economic development community in the audience. No?
Yeah.
You want to come to
Yeah,
the
come to the mic.
mic?
This might work. It is.
Yeah, it's working.
They heard you.
What was I didn't hear your question specifically.
So, are there any programs that we currently have, I guess, in our wheelhouse that we should know more about that offer or can offer better incentives to commercial development?
So this is something we've discussed in the times that we do meet together of what we do. Most of what we have for the large scale commercial development, retail sorts of things, that would fit that are usually geared towards either residential programs or manufacturing, the industrial development bond structure. So the standard pilots now are all based on jobs and investment, and the standing pilot for residential development the Urban Development Authority does. So it's just a matter of tweaking to the particular agenda of the local government to specifically incentivize things that are more in the retail arena. The jobs and investment calculation is usually more of a manufacturing, distribution, aeronautics, like those sorts of larger employers, where retail industries are coming in with lower things. For we have some low income, they're not low income, but low interest loan programs specifically for certain areas, like the the loan program for downtown or the initiatives that Newtown has done that are specifically targeted for particular areas, which would serve as models for things that you could do in other areas.
And those loan programs, you have a revolving loan program that works. You also run one.
Yeah, there are a few.
Are there any? All those are yours is limited to the Central Business District for the MAPS one.
Yeah,
Newtown
MAPS.
is also limited to
Their service area.
Right. Are there any that go outside? Let's say, I would love if I get something in the Eisenhower Pinona area, and that's one area that's
Right.
expecting a lot of closing. So,
I mean, that's a matter of.
is there a revolving loan fund or development low interest loan fund? I don't know about that.
Ones that are specifically for Macon-Bibb, no, but there are other programs that are out there, like SBA targeted programs that those types of businesses would benefit from, and that the Small Business Development Center or and there's some regional commission have implemented things like this before by assisting developments with targeted small business loan programs. But I think the point is well taken that it's combining those efforts in a coordinated way and then specifically targeting them to meet community initiatives. It's something that we've talked about a lot, that as sales tax becomes a bigger piece of our tax digest, we need to start incentivizing things that generate more sales tax. It's just that's not been the categories that we've dealt with before because we've been more focused on residents and direct jobs. But I think this is a good step, and I know Commissioner Schlesinger and I have talked about it briefly, and we think this is a good way to start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does Regional Commission have any comments on that?
Thank you, Commissioner. I will just echo much of what Alex said. There are a few additional statewide programs that you could look to take additional advantage of, one of which is the State Opportunity Zone Program, which is directly targeted towards vacant properties throughout the community. It's an application process through the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. But that increases the available tax credits to new businesses that could potentially locate and would lower the threshold of new jobs required to be eligible for those tax credits. Macon-Bibb has a number of opportunity zones already established, but you could look to add some of those in additional high priority parcels. The tax allocation district, structure is another way that can be used to incentivize developments in particular areas of the community that may be suffering from disinvestment, and that's something that this commission has also done in recent years along 2nd Street, and then most recently expanding the one along the Ocmulgee River area and along Emory Highway in that part of the community. So those are a few additional options that are out there as well.
Okay. All right. I was trying to see if there were any other entities. Go
One
ahead.
quick question. On opportunity zones, I know we spent some time establishing those in the old. I know when those were established. Are the businesses actively taking advantage? Is that less attractive than I originally thought it would be?
I think Alex actually fills out the report on that every year, so he's the better person to answer that question.
Greg and I was tag team this one. Businesses are actively taking advantage of it. The areas that were specifically designated, there's one off of Gray Highway, several different parcels within the downtown area, the area of Mercer Lost Phase 5, which is where the brick is, and those jobs, that the office at College Hill. That was done when the SunTrust Bank had just closed, so you can see the investment that generated. Those businesses have all applied for and received the Opportunity Zone tax credit. Then additionally, Westgate.
Right there at that spot.
Yeah.
Why can't I get people to jump across that bridge? Because we went. I know the zone extends. We extended the arms of the Pine Knoll. Doesn't seem as attractive to anybody else.
So extending the Opportunity Zone.
Yeah, if I'm correct, we extended that to go across the bridge. Maybe not the Pinona, but it does cross over.
Did the TAD, that was the 2nd Street TAD, all the way to, I want to say Madden Avenue, not all the way to Pionona, that crossed the bridge. The lots I'm talking about are the ones on Hardeman in Georgia, where the opportunity zone was established. But then,
Much further.
yeah, but the area on the other side was part of the 2nd Street corridor and Mercer corridor that was added. That land was added into an opportunity zone when it was still the warehouse, the empty warehouse that was
Are
there.
opportunity zones more attractive more attractive than tax?
So they're actually completely separate incentives. So an opportunity zone is usually an added bonus to somebody who's probably going to invest anyway, because it comes in. You can't get it until you've been in business for a year. You've had to have earned a significant wage to have taxes that you're offsetting. So it's not cash on the front end or an incentive on the front end, but it's saying if you invest in these certain areas, the state, because the local government has asked, will provide an additional incentive. So the ones that the other ones that we've done, Westgate, Macon Mall, across from the Macon Mall, and a few other specific areas, and those were all established a few years ago. And businesses do, on a fairly regular basis, apply for those incentives. A TAD is a way to say the local government is investing in particular public improvements within an area to incentivize specific investment, and then paying for that investment by the increased growth that those public improvements generate. So it's a completely separate type of metric for business recruitment. So you put a TAD in place, then you work with a developer to say, if we do X, will you do Y? Whereas the opportunity zone is saying, we want people to invest and create jobs in this area, and by doing so, the state will provide $3,500 a year in tax credits for that job that you create. So they usually work hand in hand because they're actually different taxes that are offset, which is a good thing for local jurisdictions, but they're very different incentives or development models for communities. Absolutely.
Okay, again, we're at the beginning stages of this, whole process. I think all we want to do is to, put our heads together and, come up with, what I hope will be some sort of comprehensive plan. We've got to, recognize that buying these days is, changing. There's so much commerce that's going on, through the internet, and so I think we've got to put all these factors together and see what we can do to help preserve what we've already got and grow it.
Absolutely agree.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for introducing this. Any further discussion?
Elaine, let me ask a question.
Yes.
And maybe the county attorney knows this. We're not receiving any type of taxation on the internet. Is that a state, or is that a local, or is that a national debate?
That's a federal question. My understanding is the United States Supreme Court just heard that question, or is preparing to hear that question right now on the issue of internet companies charging, where they should be required to pay sales tax.
Yeah,
So
I
we'll
went
be all
home last
waiting to
night. I
see
had
what-
all this. I had so many bundles, look like Santa Claus, come to my house. But then I thought about it. We're not paying taxes on that. And all this stuff is going through Amazon, which is coming here, great for them coming here, and FedEx and all, and some of this stuff is being shipped like that. We don't receive any type, and it's shutting down a lot of our businesses because they're buying online rather than going to the stores. We should be able to get something back from that.
That will be interesting to see, because
I've checked into that
What-
myself, but sometimes a vendor on the internet will charge a tax, but usually that's just the 4-cent state tax. So we in local government just are not getting our cut, even when taxes, being charged, and we wonder why our sales tax revenues are down. Well, I think that's more of a cause and an issue then we've considered that in the past. We're losing our local government cut.
But you're saying the county attorney needs to continue to follow up on that.
Right. But it's not a decision that rests with us on the local level. It's a federal one, maybe even a state one as well.
That'll give us some reason to tell people too. Go ahead.
Just the germane of this topic, I don't mean to be
Well, it's the whole idea of business in the community. So it's well, you can if you can, Mr. Chair.
It's just a part of the whole,
yeah.
Shall we say.
Thank you. All right, all in favor of the motion to approve? Any
Did you get a
further
motion? No, thank you.
discussion?
I don't.
Okay, was there a motion?
Yeah.
Do we do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, it's been motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and we look forward to the next step, which I would think would be sort of a meeting, summit, or whatever of all of those entities that are involved in economic development and in this topic. So we look forward to future progress reports on that. Thank you for introducing it. We'll recommend this to the full commission for approval on Tuesday. Okay, so we've taken care of that. Now we go into our updates, and these are going to be are allotted about 15 minutes each for the presentations and questions, comments. The first item that we have, the entity, is Small Business Development. Reverend Dr. Bumpus.
Thank you so much,
Morning.
Madam. Good morning. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee of the Macon-Bibb County Commission. Today, I've brought with me some persons who have benefited directly from the work of the Office of Small Business Affairs, and as I call their names, I want them to stand, and they're going to share with the committee and commission some of their very positive work with the Office of Small Business Affairs. Ms. Christy Kuvat from Sheridan, Mr. Alex Habersham, longtime minority business advocate, Mr. Matt McKenna, SCORE, Mr. and Ms. Lester's Garage, Ms. B.J. Dunwoody, Ms. Robin Webb, Preston, 3D Furniture, Ms. B.J., as well as Reverend Wayne Anthony, Macon-Bibb County Council of Clergy, all here to share with us on the day. Let me begin by reminding you of the legislation that governs the Office of Small Business Affairs. The office is to promote, stimulate, develop, and advance the economic growth of small businesses within Macon-Bibb County, and thereby promote, stimulate, develop, and advance the business prosperity and economic welfare of the entire county. To stimulate and assist in the expansion of all kinds of business activity which will tend to promote small business development. To cooperate and act in conjunction with other organizations, public or private, in the promotion of small business development in Macon-Bibb County. And fourth, to promote economic literacy among low-wealth citizens of Macon-Bibb County. I also have with me from the University of Georgia Small Business Development Center, Ms. Trudy Lawrence is going to talk about our Contractor Academy and the work that we've done with that. Of course, the rationale for the office is to correct the underutilization and unutilization of small and minority businesses in Macon-Bibb County. I'm pleased to let you know that the programs that the office has engaged in has yielded more than 30% DBE contract award dollars and SPLOST blight remediation construction projects, and a greater than 70% local business contract awards in procurement. And so a couple of questions that I'm answering for you today is, one, are we providing opportunities for local small businesses significantly to do business with Macon-Bibb County? And that answer is yes. The only time that we are not spending locally is when we cannot get that good service, product, professional service from within our community, specialized items. The other question I'm answering is, are we providing opportunities for small local minority, disadvantaged women-owned business enterprises to do business with us? And the answer is yes, and in significant ways, and you will see that throughout the presentations. Next slide, please.
While y'all working on the slide, let me just follow up. Did you say 70% local, 30% DBE?
Greater than, yes,
Greater.
in terms of blight remediation, SPLOST projects.
That's a large chunk of it.
Absolutely. It's going to get even better, Commissioner Watkins. The programming of the Office of Small Business Affairs includes outreach and educational programming, which is vendor fairs and reverse vendor fairs. And what you see on the screen now is a flyer from our most recent event and the evaluation from our most recent event. And what that shows is that there was a significant amount of approval and excellent rating of the programming that we offered. And the attendees said to us that they would like additional programming like the one that we offered in the reverse vendor fair. Also what you see, if you go back to the previous slide, Mrs. Watkins, what you see is that it involved a collaboration between the Bibb County School District, the Water Authority, Haskell, Georgia Department of Transportation, as well as Middle Georgia State University. And we brought all of our entities together to strengthen the reverse vendor fair, the Lunch and Learn, because there's about $1 billion worth of work between all of us that we have going on in our community. Will you go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. This woman ran me down, Maxine, at the small business development event that was hosted at the Centralplex a couple of Saturdays ago, where we attempted to launch 1,000 small businesses, new small businesses in Macon-Bibb County. Please play the video. Maxine wanted you to know something.
Hi, I'm Maxine. I'm with M&M Consulting, and I just wanted to say that the conference that we went to with Dr. Bumpus was awesome. It was an outstanding opportunity, and because of his leadership and because of his vision of bringing and networking businesses together, we have been able to contact one of the businesses that was at the conference, and because of that, we are in possible negotiation to be able to work with them. And I just want to say it was a tremendous opportunity, and I want to thank his organization very, very much for his outstanding leadership and work, and for actually doing the networking that we need to promote the businesses in our community. Thank you so much, Dr. Bunkers, and thank you for your organization.
So a part of this, our work is to remove barriers and provide opportunities. We do this also through business development resource forums that we host in partnership with Central Georgia Technical College, Now Corporation, University of Georgia Small Business Development Center, Georgia Minority Supplier Development Council, SCORE, Operation Hope, and Georgia Department of Transportation.
So, excuse me,
and
you
others.
said 1,000 small businesses.
That was our intent to launch.
Is that an achievable goal, or is
Mr. I understand Mr. J.R. McNair, who was the lead partner in that adventure for us, thought that we could, and we had more than 1,000 people in attendance, and those would-be business owners received information, websites, all kinds of resources to support their business development. And so,
how far are we down this?
We've done this one time. Middle Georgia is the first place that has happened in the state of Georgia, and so we're still measuring, trying to see the results of that particular event.
Last year, last month?
No, that was in April. It just happened this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dr. Bumpus.
Yes.
Let me ask a question. I travel around quite a bit, and especially in the Middle Georgia area. And you're right, there are a lot of minorities, but it's like the Patels. They own a lot of businesses downtown and other places, but I do not see the minority participation in owning businesses compared to the ratio of majority to minority in this community. I mean, do you have a plan for the future that we're going to get to, that we can get everybody on the right track?
Absolutely. And if you'll let me continue with the presentation, that question will be answered as we go along. Thank you, Commissioner.
Before you go, the
Yes.
1,000 businesses, is that nationwide?
No, that
or
was
is
here
it a
in
local?
that was,
It was
right. So it focused on Macon, Middle Georgia.
Middle Georgia.
And so the intent was to launch 1,000 new business upstarts, and they're all just at the very ground floor of starting a business. Okay.
Right, and I attended that Saturday morning, and yeah, there was that methodology was presented that basically gave people a blueprint or a plan to do exactly that. So.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. In addition to that, we host economic roundtables in partnership with the Federal Small Business Administration, where we bring in community stakeholders to talk about business that is taking place in Middle Georgia, to talk about resources that are needed to help small businesses engage in those opportunities as well. Another thing that we've been working on for the last 2 years is developing a microloan fund. It's, if you will pull up that, yes, we're there with the slide. And if you'll pull up the PowerPoint, it's through the work that we've been doing with Georgia Sustainable Communities Alliance. And it differs from the microloan fund that Newtown has and other microloan funds in our community, in that this fund focuses regionally. So it's just not for downtown businesses. This is for businesses in Region 6 of the state of Georgia, which include Putnam, Monroe, Jones, Baldwin, Crawford, Bibb, Twiggs, Wilkerson, Peach, Houston, and Pulaski counties. And the rationale for such a fund is that Central Georgia region is the second largest regional MSA in the state, with over 500,000 population with limited alternative funding sources. And so access to capital is always an issue with small local businesses. And so what we're doing with this loan fund is reducing the barriers. It's a 5% interest rate. Business owners can get between $500 and $1,500 for upstart, for inventory, or for different kinds of business interest. $500 to $1,500 at 5%. Yeah, right. And so a small business owner who needs a point of sale machine, that costs $750, can borrow that from us at 5%, pay it back to us over a year, and be in business.
To cut you off again, I apologize, but
May I have my time back, Madam Chair?
Yeah, you can
Access to
reclaim it.
Thank you.
the concept of access to capital, to the question that Commissioner Allen was asking earlier, why the shortfall of minority or small businesses in the area is access to capital.
Absolutely.
It's the most difficult thing to do. Folks have great ideas and great ethics and can't get it funded to save their life. So
This is the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So that solves that problem. We are removing barriers. Also, the Director of Office of Small Business Affairs serves as a content expert throughout the community. To speak to this, Mr. Alex Habersham is here today, so I invite him to come to the podium at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody?
Good.
Yes, I'm really happy to be here. I've been involved in this process for over 25 years, and I'll be brief. initially, it seems that that was not really the intent and the desire for maximum participation on the part of small and minority businesses. I go all the way pre-George Israel. And I'll just talk about today. The environment today is much, much improved. And you got 3 or 4 factors that's attributed to that. Number one is the policy and the philosophy. At this point, I think that there is a marked improvement in the policy and the philosophy as it relates to the involvement of small and minority businesses throughout the community. The second one would be participation. Now let me address something, and I'll address it for Virgil. There have been a lot of small and minority businesses who wanted to participate, who still want to participate. But there have been barriers, and there are barriers that have to be addressed. And one way to address those barriers is through partnerships. Long time ago, you had businesses and individuals saying that we can't find anybody to do the work. We got a positive affirmative action policy, but we can't find anybody. Well, through those partnerships, a whole lot of businesses have been better positioned to do business with the government and other major entities. For example, I'm working with Sheridan Construction right now, and they took it upon themselves and they realized that problem to bring contractors in to try to train them in areas that they were lacking, and that's making a market difference. The other thing I've noticed is that Dr. Bumpus has done a phenomenal job in developing partnerships. He can't do it by himself. And so with all the other entities that will speak to what they are doing, I think it will be clearly evident that with those partnerships joined with the policy and the philosophy, that it's making a market difference. Finally, I want to speak personally. I've been doing this for a while, since I was 12, and I'm real pleased with the kind of participation and with the atmosphere in the community as it relates to trying to be fair and aggressive and in the policy of trying to give everybody an opportunity. But the opportunity can't come to fruition unless you've got some businesses out there who can take advantage of it. And that's what Dr. Bumpus is doing, a phenomenal job of doing. I've had about 6 expos. He has been to every one. He comes and he talks about doing business with the city. He tells individuals to qualify as a vendor for the city. So I frankly am pleased with the efforts and the progress of what's going on as it relates to the development and the advancement of small and minority businesses. And I applaud, I applaud Dr. Bumpus because of his respect in the community, but most importantly, because of his partnerships and the initiatives that he has established in this community.
Alex, been knowing you a long time, been working with you a long time. Question, the collaboration between small business and other minority companies throughout the state or out the United States, we know the media is getting smaller and everybody's going to social media. Have we even tried to work, or are y'all trying to work with social media to other companies to get information out to them about what we're trying to do here in Macon and Middle Georgia?
Every day. As a matter of fact, I help Dr. Bumpus to market and to advertise all of the efforts and the partnerships like the reverse vendor fair, and he helps me with the expo. And the mission is but we got to address a problem. There are a lot of factors we don't want to get into as it relates to why, we're having some difficulty. Part of it is sociological, part of it is economic, part of it is educational. So you have to address all of these areas in order to see some improvement in the bottom line. And I think that's happening. It can't and won't happen overnight, but because of the philosophy, the policy, and the efforts that are being exerted, it's making a difference.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lucas, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Program.
Mr. Jones is scheduled. I wanted to address, I know y'all can't see behind your back, and then I just wanted to ask Mr. Habersham a question.
Okay.
He'll come back. So I don't know if it's your choice, either Mr. Jones or.
And I would like to ask Dr. Bumpus a couple of questions.
Okay.
Mr. Habersham, my question is, Macon-Bibb government once had a contract with you to do this exact same thing that was created in the charter now that Dr. Bumpus oversees. So what is different now that is established in the charter from what he was doing?
Establishing what?
That we've established in the charter. Macon-Bibb County, before this was established in the charter, contracted with you yourself to do this exact same work that he's now doing that's been established in the charter. And so my question is, has having a full-time person do the work been more beneficial
Absolutely.
than what you were
Absolutely.
doing when you were contracted to
And
do
that's what the
same work
difference
with us?
is, because he does this every day. I exerted a lot of effort in that respect by having expos. I developed a website. I did marketing and advertising. But with this kind of issue, frankly, it takes somebody like Dr. Bumpus who can deal with the nuts and bolts of trying to make a difference. Because, like I said, we cannot ignore the sociological, the educational, and the economic issues as it relates to trying to assure that there are more opportunities for small and minority businesses to get a piece of the pie.
I want to ask you one last question.
All right, sir.
Is
You'll get
government
your time.
causing you, you'll get your time. Is government causing you a problem with doing what y'all are trying to do? Yes or no? If it is,
No.
we need to
No.
up our game.
No, and if I may just add one sentence, the government is assisting me in doing what I'm doing through the collaboration and the partnership with Dr. Bumpus and the other partners. I mean, the policy and the philosophy and the attitude as it relates to making a difference in this endeavor is really helping a lot, and it's coming to fruition.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Okay.
Madam Chair, what
Thank
I
you.
would like to do now is to present our other partners who are here and would like for them to come and talk about the impact that the Office of Small Business Affairs is having. I'm going to ask that Mac McKenna will come first, and then followed by Trudy Lawrence, and then after Trudy, Christy, and then after Christy, Robin, and then after Robin, BJ. And Jean's coming. Hey, Jean. All right, man. Good to see you.
Okay. If the remarks are
I was going to say, how much time do I have?
not that much.
Not that much. Okay, thank you. So I'm Matt McKenna. I'm the chair of the SCORE chapter. The SCORE chapter just formed a couple of years ago here in Middle Georgia. Dr. Eureka Jones was the first chair. I just took over. I'm one of 13,000 volunteers nationwide that provide mentoring and education for small businesses. I do it because I grew up here in Macon, and I think that we have a lot of opportunity here, but some of these small businesses and entrepreneurs just need a little bit of help. They need some mentoring, some coaching, some education. So that's what we're all about. Now, we're a nonprofit. We get some funding from the SBA, but we couldn't be doing what we're doing in some of these events without the partnership and your support. So thank you. We've got a summit coming up. This has been going on for a couple of years now. Dr. Bumpus and Dr. Jones worked on this. This year, Dr. Bumpus challenged us to up our game. The last couple of years, we've had basically a 2-hour luncheon session. This year, we're having a Thursday night reception, an all-day program to educate established small businesses about the opportunities they have here in Middle Georgia with large companies and agencies, to have a small business that are successful, give them a roadmap on how to go access those opportunities. We're going to introduce them to the resources they need to help get those, help their business get ready to get those opportunities, and we're going to connect those people with those resources and opportunities. So we're very excited. May 3rd and 4th is our upcoming summit. Thank you for support, and we couldn't be doing that without the participation of Dr. Bumpus, and I agree with the way he's helping us all connect the dots around all of us who are trying to help these small businesses. So thank you.
That's great. Okay.
Any questions?
morning. How are you? My name is Trudy Lawrence. I'm the coordinator for the University of Georgia, the Small Business Development Center in Macon. We have 17 offices around the state, and we are in the Macon area, and we service the surrounding counties. We do have several divisions of the Small Business Development Center, of which one of them is the Office of Minority Development. So when Dr. Bumpus reached out to that particular office in the area of the Contractor Academy, we were sort of excited that he did, because this is something that we have been wanting to do down in this area here. There's a lot of it going on, of course, contracting in Atlanta and the surrounding area. But when the Macon area sort of, we didn't have as much interest, we didn't have as much support. So when Dr. Bumpus reached out to us and said, you know, we want to do something in the area of contracting with the Macon-Bibb government and the county. We have a lot of contracts and things that we need, but we don't have the business owners here to do that. So what we did was put together a class, a contracting academy course that was originally for a year, or 9 months, I think it was. It was probably about 9 months. Which was sort of once a month. They met and we went over various things that government contracting involved. What we found out was it was too long for small business owners. They had so many things to do on their plate that, you know, they started, you know, falling away after a few sessions. So what we did for cycle 2 is we condensed the sessions, and that did the trick. They were there for each session. They're there all day, but it's so confusing, government contracting. So we were able to break down those pieces and those parts for them, capability statements and proposals and, you know, NACE codes, and do I have 1 or do I need 10? And so it was very difficult for them. But this class was very concise, and it put everything together for them. So we were able to graduate several from the academy. And Dr. Bumpus, I'm sure, will speak to that. But this academy gave us the opportunity to work with more small business owners in the area of contracting here in the Macon-Bibb area. So we certainly thank Dr. Bumpus for that collaboration. We are now going into cycle 3. So that's how we are excited, because it's continuing to grow. Other business owners are referring others. We're sort of narrowing down what works here versus what works in northern Georgia. So this is a perfect opportunity for us, and we're excited about that. So we thank you for the opportunity to work in that area with the government contracting.
Okay. Questions, comments?
And
Yes, sir.
if you've got time, I got video, or I can send you the video of the graduates of the academy talking about how they were benefited.
How
Come
many
on,
graduates
Krista.
was it?
We've had 60.
Oh, you can just send them the video.
All right, I send you the video. I got you.
Hey, you don't want to stay with Lawrence?
How long is the video? How long is the video?
Okay, good morning. I'm Christy Kovac, president of Sheridan Construction. Thank you, Dr. Bumpus, for letting us present with you today. Want to tell you about our RISE class, which stands for Readiness Initiative through Sheridan Education. Why do we do this? 1, to help out our workforce shortage in our construction industry. 2, to grow our own community right here in Macon-Bibb. Our initiative was inspired by the Contractors Academy after your first year. We use a similar model, which is focused on construction. The teachers and mentors are all Sheridan employees, and the classes are free to participating companies. We have worked closely with Alex Habersham to identify those companies who are serious about growing into the commercial construction market. We have 6 monthly classes, February through July. We had 10 companies finish last year, and we have 14 companies in the second year going on currently. I want to leave you with just one example of our success, which is Patrick Turner of Turner Handyman. He's performed demolition, wood framing, door frame installation on a number of our projects since completing the classes with us last year. One of the projects that he's worked on is the Grand Opera House renovation that's being funded by SPLOST money. In addition to having him on our construction project, we've also teamed with WLS, another local minority contractor, on that project to give him some experience in historic restorations. So to me, this is truly an example of a rising tide raises all boats. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Turner was a member of the Macon-Bibb County Contractors Academy.
Good morning. I'm Robin Webb. I'm with Preston Geotechnical Consultants. We've been around since 1973, so over 40 years now. Had a slight name change about 4 years ago when the original owner died, but we still go with the name Preston. We do materials testing, construction materials testing on projects predominantly in the Middle Georgia, South Georgia area. Back when we were first founded, and the first 10, 15, 20 years or so, we were about the only game in town doing that type of business. And we were essentially order takers. I mean, people would call, they needed our services, we would go perform the services, didn't actually have to actively market this type of work. And then after about 20 years or so, everybody started jumping on the bandwagon, and we saw a lot of firms come into this area, establish offices here in Macon, larger firms came out of the Atlanta market to compete for our business as well. So things kind of heated up a little bit. And those companies, typically being larger companies than ours, somewhat had an advantage from the marketing perspective going after this type of work. So we've really fought hard over the last 10, 15, 20 years on this end of that lifespan of the company to do everything we could to get our piece of the pie. We are a woman-owned business. We call ourselves a mom-and-pop type business. It's family-owned. We have a couple of professional engineers employed there, one of which is the actual owner. About 2 years or so ago, when Dr. Bumpus began this initiative and Macon-Bibb County kicked off an emphasis toward raising the visibility of minority-owned businesses by creating its own certification program, we decided to pursue that as well. There are most publicly funded projects right now do require some type of a DBE participation goal. Most notably, Georgia Department of Transportation has been doing this for years. Their typical goal is 10%, and they take it so seriously that at bidding time, they require the general contractors to divulge what DBEs they plan on using and what revenues will go to these DBEs so that they can do the math on it and check to make sure that that 10% allotment will go to a DBE. So they do take it quite seriously. And the program that Dr. Bumpus has initiated here, the certification program, closely mirrors what DOT requires in their certification process. And of course, the goal of Macon-Bibb County's Small Business Affairs Program initiative is to encourage participation of these types of disadvantaged business enterprises, small, locally owned, woman-owned, minority-type businesses, to encourage participation of these firms across the economic spectrum, and in so doing, create a fair, competitive environment for these firms as well. So I encourage any of these businesses that are out here, whenever I have an opportunity to talk it up, I do so, encourage them to jump on this bandwagon and pursue the certification process as well. But it doesn't need to stop at actually getting the certification. Equally important to that, as I see it, is making sure that all the public entities and the community partnerships recognize this program and recognize the importance of the involvement of these DBE companies. What we'd like to see is that we have a consensus, and not only Macon-Bibb County, but we've got Macon Water Authority, Macon Housing Authority, Macon School Boards, the charter schools, even your public-private partnerships such as the local hospitals participate in this and understand the significance of this particular program and encouraging the participation in projects and essentially just give local small-owned DBEs an opportunity to bid on these projects. Not saying they have to just turn it over and give it to us. We'd love to have it just given to us, but you know, we're willing to bid on these projects and I think all the other small businesses feel the same way as well, just giving us an opportunity to submit quotes and submit bids on the project, and let's see what we can do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. BJ, and after BJ, the Lesters are here. They have a very special partnership with the sheriff, and I wanted them to talk about that.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is BJ Dunwoody, and I own Dunwoody Design Development, or D3 Macon, if you've probably seen it on my building on Cherry Street. And I'm speaking as a small woman-owned business and also someone that's been working for the city of Macon and all the Macon entities for over 8 years. The very first thing that happened in my process was going to a minority vendor fair that James was hosting. And what was the residual effect of that was not only learning how to become vetted in the system and get the ability to bid work in our community, was also learning how to establish relationships with all the other entities that are also in that network. I have gone to almost every vendor fair and roundtable that Dr. Bumpus has hosted, and it has grown my business exponentially. I literally work for every Macon entity that exists, and I'm extremely grateful for everything that this has brought to the table. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. and Ms. Lester, Lester's Garage. Also, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Chris Sheridan, who is the principal for Sheridan Construction.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're Lester's Garage out of Macon, Georgia. We have been in business probably for over 50 years. And we started working with Dr. Bumpus. And we wanted to be given this opportunity to work with the Sheriff Department. And he became our go-between between us and Sheriff Davis. And we was given the opportunity, and we started April the 10th of last year. So we have been doing this job for over a year. And we would not have been able to, proceed with what we was doing if Dr. Bumpus hadn't stepped in. And we was just so grateful for the opportunity. Like I said, we could do the job, we had the skills, but it still took somebody else to step in and say, hey, they need to be given a chance. Mm-hmm. And we was given a chance, and I think we are proving ourselves every day.
Okay,
and we
what do you
thank
do?
Dr. Bumpus.
Tell us just a little bit more.
Okay,
Excuse me.
basically, we get calls in from dispatch, and whenever there's an accident, impound, abandoned vehicle. My husband got up this morning at 3 o'clock, and we have an opportunity of 30 minutes to get to the scene.
And we get there.
And so this has enlightened us to see what we can do. It even has given us the opportunity to even work with the EOC. We do our mechanic also. So we have started working with them also. So we just want to thank everybody for everything that has taken place. And we do think that what he's doing is very valuable to the community.
Oh, yeah.
And again, thanks to Dr. Bumpus.
Glad to do it, man. Appreciate you. All right, I got one more thing.
Okay.
And then I'm going to show you what you really came here for, and that's to see the numbers and what we've really spent and the success that the office has really had. Reverend Wayne Anthony and Reverend Jason McClendon are here from the Macon-Bibb County Council of Clergy. A part of the role of the Office of Small Business Affairs is to serve as a liaison from the administration to the Council of Clergy. And this has a very important, impactful work on what takes place. And so I asked them to come and talk to us as well. All right? Thank you, Wayne and Jason.
Good to be with you, and thank you for what you do on a daily basis to help all of us. Our goal with the Council of Clergy is to pull the clergy from across our community to help with every aspect of our city and making a better place. Knowing that 80% of the new jobs created in the community come from small business, and a lot of those people are involved in the churches. We've been working with them to help introduce them to some of the resources that are available so they can then in turn be aware of it within their own church. The second thing is we want to create unity in the community, work with government, work with educational institutions, encourage education. We also work with the Chamber of Commerce and other economic organizations to improve our city. And then we want to work with the other organizations that are here in town, many of which are part of our churches, are connected to our churches to help them grow, in essence, to making a better place for all of us. And one of the things that we do, the mayor gives them lunch, but then we turn right around and say, you don't get a free lunch. What you got to do as clergy is to pray for our city every day, and then have your places of faith pray for our city on a weekly basis, and then advocate for things that will help improve our city. And we've done that in an active role in several different cases. Jason also gives us leadership, and Jason, I'll let you make any other comments.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm thankful to be able to come here and speak on behalf of the Small Office of Business Affairs in partnering with Dr. Bumpus' office. One thing I would like to make known is that he has created a database that is able to share information throughout all of the churches, and also through the economic roundtables has shown us the ability to be able to effectively communicate with different entities, municipalities, and also introduce ideas about businesses that are vital and that are needed and that are sustainable. At one of the roundtables I was invited to, one of the things that I saw was that there was a need for medical attention and facilities in our African American communities. After hearing about that, one of the things we did, we went back to our church and we decided, you know what, let's go on and get the need of the community. So we are under construction right now of building a 14,000 square foot medical clinic. We already got financing for that, and I just want to thank Dr. Bumpus for opening that door and giving our church a platform to be able to help meet the needs of the community. The Bible talked about how Jesus went out by doing good and healing all that are oppressed. I believe that I'm saved, but I just don't have the healing miracles that Jesus did, and so we're able to have a medical clinic. The other thing that he's able to do is, like one of the things I heard while I've been here, a lot of people have dreams, they have visions, they have ideas, but they don't know the processes and they don't have the perspective to be able to get the dream started. And what his office does, it gives people the ability to be able to put the proper dream in perspective and also to follow the proper procedure where the dream can come through. And I also would like to say that it's really an uphill battle with what he's dealing with. There are some systemic issues that are in place that he's really had to overcome, and we're really behind him. We're praying for him. We're also supporting him with our presence and also trying to do everything we can to help the community. Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a question?
No, at a later date, I would love to hear more about the health plan.
Yeah, me too.
That is
Yeah.
very impressive.
We would.
Thank
Yeah.
you for the effort.
Yeah.
All right. Mrs. Watkins, who is not just an administrative assistant for the office, but who really coordinates the work of the office, Small Business Affairs, is here today as well. And Hillary, will you pull up the impact PowerPoint so we can show these numbers and move on? Then I'm gonna be ready to close. My wife, Renee Hope Bumpus, is here, and she makes me a better man. I wanted to acknowledge her presence. Everybody,
Better.
That's always good.
that's it. Want to make sure everybody knows she's here and where she's sitting, just in case you say the wrong thing.
Uh-oh.
It's right there. All right, give us just a minute. All right, we're up. Yes, next slide, please. Thank you. All right. So we define a local small business as a business not having more than 50 full-time employees in construction and manufacturing, not more than $13.5 million in income, averaged over 3 years, and then $1.2 million for professional services. Next slide, please. All of our programming is race and gender neutral, and so there is no minority program. It's a race and gender neutral program, and so it's a small local business enterprise program. Next slide, please. All right, so we're not giving anything away. It's all competitively based, and so there are no set-asides, and there are no hookups, all right? And so where's the best place to identify competition, and where's the best place to identify, are we offering opportunities for local small businesses and minority businesses. And that's in the procurement hard bid process. It doesn't get any more competitive than there. And so I began with 2016. We had 76 solicitations. We awarded 63, and 4 bids were canceled, 7 were rejected, and 2 were rebid. Next slide, please. All right, so in 2016, we spent approximately $32,578,297 in hard bid spending. That spending was in vertical construction, road construction, fleet fuel, vehicles, professional services, public safety equipment, demolition technology, grounds maintenance, recreation equipment, solid waste, and furniture. Next, yes.
Can you confirm the we for me? Is this
The we is Macon-Bibb County. No, this is all hard bid solicitations. Macon-Bibb County proper. All right? Next slide, please. Thank you so very much. All right. So of the $32,758,297, $24,094,163 was spent with local primes, and $8,664,134 was spent with non-local primes, for a total of 74% local spending. 2016. All right, our DBE, the prime contractor awards, non-minority, $25,402,292, and then $7,356,005 was spent with DBE contractors. That's at the prime contractor level. That's 22%. All right? 2017, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, there were 57 solicitations, 44 hard bid, 4 state contract awards, 1 sole source award, 6 professional services award, and 2 specialty awards. Again, $19,973,244 in hard bid contract awards. Vertical construction were the sectors: vertical construction, road construction, economic community development, residential roofs, vehicles, professional services, public safety equipment, and technology. All right, and so the breakdown on this spend was total local prime, $13,464,160, 67%, and then $6,509,084 for non-local prime, 33%. Okay. Next slide, please. All right, our DBE contract dollar awards on the $19,673,244. We spent $3,929,862, 20% DBE participation. 2018. All right, things slowed down. We got 56 solicitations, totaling $6,687,649. Next slide, please.
Oh, Dr. Bump.
Yes.
Why would you consider they slowing down, or they?
We ran out. We're a little short on money, sir. Why has the spending slowed down? Budgetary concerns.
We had $6 million this year.
That's through February. Yes, $6 million. Yeah, $6,687,649. That's again hard bid. There's other procurements going. Are you with me? Okay. And then that's in vertical construction, road construction, residential roofs, professional services, lighting, equipment, furniture, and such. All right. And so of this spending, we're about 50-50 so far this year. And then the minority spend, next slide, please, is at about 10%. Okay? All right. So what I did was I went and looked at where are we providing opportunities for the smaller guy to get in. And Economic Community Development has a residential roof repairs grant. And that program in 2017 spent about $154,000, and the majority of those contracts were awarded to minority businesses. Okay, about 90%. Next slide, please. 2018. 100% of the $35,000 in residential roofs were basically awarded to minority roofing contractors, these small guys. All right, economic community development also, through the grant program, builds group homes through River Edge. And in 2017, 100% of those group homes were built by a minority contractor. All right, next slide, please. Blight remediation and abatement demolition projects. We spent about $1,690,673. 70% of those contracts have gone to minority contractors, and 30% to non-minority. Next slide, please. All right, SPLOST construction, prime contractor projects since consolidated government. All right. We spent about $63,260,009. Non-minority contract awards at the prime level, $52,056,631. Minority women DBE contract awards, $11,203,378 for about 18%. All right. And then I looked at the next level of subcontract awards. And when I looked at subcontract awards, what we see is minority DBE subcontract awards have totaled $16,270,938 for about 26%. All right? So you add that together and you get about 43% DBE participation on SPLOST projects. That's construction. That's vertical and road construction projects.
Okay, what was it before this office was put in place by the, what
highly immeasurable, yeah. So when we got here in 2014, part of the conversation was that the city of Macon had spent about $24,000 on minority contracts.
What percentage was that?
You can't. I'm not sure if you can
Back
measure.
in the old city when I was tracking it, man, we had 1 year 8s and 3s weren't uncommon in terms of percentages. That's before bumpers and yeah.
And so, in terms of pre-consolidation, minority prime contractor contracts were, I mean, they were minimal. Rare. About $3.6 million.
Okay. Commissioner Jones, we're closing out this. This has been wonderful information. It reinforced what we were hoping would happen as a result of the legislation that was passed. It's part of our charter that there must be a small business development arm of our government. So we're just happy to see the results of that. And we all needed to know that because I don't think we all knew the extent of the success of this. So we're going to call on Commissioner Jones, who had a couple of questions to close this out.
Dr. Bumpus, thank you for all the outstanding work and so much detail and accomplishment. We can't really digest it all, and I appreciate the outstanding citizens coming. And it's heartwarming to see.
Mallory, we're talking your mic.
I don't have a mic. Okay, I do have a
Yeah,
mic. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, thank you for all the data, and it's hard to even comprehend the impact, but I'm glad to see it's race and gender neutral, and that's the way the whole world ought to be. And you're seeing a lot of good results. It's heartwarming to see results from like the Lester family and how it's paid off for them because they just needed an opportunity. I think it would be helpful to know what is your, just briefly, what is your vetting process, what is your certification process as it relates to determining somebody is a worthy applicant?
Sure. First, let me say that a business does not have to be certified to compete for county contracts. The certification process was set in place to make sure that we were providing an ample opportunity for small local business owners to participate. And the strength of the small local business enterprise certification is the 5% price preference and then up to 20 points for evaluation preferences on requests for proposals. So the certification process is very detailed. So we're asking for global financials, and what I mean by that is personal as well as business financials, 3 years of financials. The business owner, we want to ensure the ownership of the business, and that it's just not a shell company for a majority company in terms of when we're looking at minority women, disadvantaged-owned business enterprises. And so we ask for the bank signature cards. We ask for the Secretary of State certificate. You have to have a local business license, a local address, and we verify those things as well. And so it's intensive. In some ways, the way that we're doing it now is a barrier because it's so paper-driven. A part of what I'm supposed to have as a companion to the certification program is a centralized bidder registration system, which is a software system which allows us to track and do deep analytics, also allows us to do outreach. It allows for small business owners to register themselves and let us know that they're interested in doing business with us. And it also would have a module which allows them to upload all of that certification data electronically rather than pushing paper. And so, there are some challenges there. The office has not been funded really at the level that it has needed to have been funded to continue to do the work. We've made wonderful partnerships that have strengthened the work that the office has been able to do. And so that's how, I'd answer that question about the certification process.
So they are vetted thoroughly, but you don't necessarily certify them for whereby you would recommend them for a different job and does our small business.
So the office, the Office of Small Business Affairs identifies small businesses that are interested in doing business with Macon-Bibb County.
Okay.
We have a certification program for those businesses who want to be certified.
Right.
The Office of Small Business is responsible for making those business owners aware of the opportunities to compete for contracts. The Office of Small Business Affairs does not recommend anyone for business. With Macon-Bibb County, everyone goes through the procurement solicitation process. It's competitive. Okay, so on low bids, the low bid person is recommended to the county commission. The county commission, upon the recommendation of the procurement department, approves those contracts.
Right, familiar with that. But what do you work in concert with the small business?
So my work is
small
mostly
business development office. Do you work? So there's not a certification done between the two offices.
My work is for Macon-Bibb County and directly related to procurement. So procurement and the Office of Small Business Affairs are two sides of the same coin. The work has larger implications throughout the community, but the focus work of the Office of Small Business Affairs is really Macon-Bibb County proper.
Okay. Thank you for being here today.
Okay. Yeah, one final.
Yeah, I have a comment too.
I was curious, you brought up a question I'm interested in. A quick census of the DBE community. How I actually don't know how many businesses are wanting to do business with us, or how many are certified.
We don't. Okay, so we have 11. Yes, we have 11 certified businesses that are doing business with us now.
And I would take that number to be part of a much larger.
Yes, much larger group. We've identified 295 businesses, local businesses, who have said that they want to do business with us, and we send them communication about opportunities to do business with us.
Difference between 295 that receive information and the 11 certified, or the paperwork that you mentioned earlier.
Right. So it's intensive. It's not. It's not easy to. You have to really be committed to that process.
Are the 11 that are certified, those are I would assume, the larger prime contractors that are chasing the big dollars?
No, there's some subcontractors as well. Yeah. So you got some
So
janitorial.
the
You got,
winners, are you more apt to win by being certified than identified? Maybe not intentionally, but looking.
5%. 5% price preference could make you super competitive. In the bid process. So that could be the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, we are blessed as a community and region to have like Kumo and Amazon and Irving and a lot of these other large corporate presence here. But somebody mentioned that 80% of the jobs come from small business. This may actually be the most important economic thrust of the county, because small business is really the path to prosperity and success here. So we really need to do everything we can to engender it and promote it and ensure every way we can that it thrives. So thank you for what you're doing, and I look forward to moving forward on this initiative.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Madam Chair, if I could say just one last thing.
Yes, sir.
Somebody asked a question with bumpers. Why have you done this, and why were you involved in some other community initiatives? And I've got to go and remind a segment of our community that it was James Bumpers who led, along with Gene Dunwoody, an initiative in education that raised $160 million for education in our community when the forces of the community at that time said, no, we're not going to do this. And we advocated strongly, and we were able to get that passed on behalf of our community. Say, why would you come back and take up the work of the Office of Small Business Affairs? And this is the reason why. I want to see Macon win. And when you see the kind of inclusive economics that we've seen today, that's Macon winning. When you see 1,400 families who are taking advantage of the work of Operation Hope and financial literacy, their credit scores are improving, that's Macon winning. When you see Macon on the international stage at the Hope Global Forum, and now is being invited back a third year next year to be on the stage and identified as a first-in-class model Operation Hope community, that's Macon winning. When I can say definitively that our credit scores as a community have moved from 640 to 705 or 720, that's Macon winning. Don't you want to see Macon win? I want to see Macon win nationally. I want to see the United States of America win internationally. That's why I do what I do.
And we appreciate what you do. Thank you so much. All right, that must have been okay, since we got a round of applause. We want to thank you all for being here, and thank you all for the work that you do. We went a little longer on that presentation because they have been scheduled for a while, and so we wanted to allow a little more time, and there are so many partners involved with that entity until it just took us a little longer, but I think it was well worth it. Okay, and Mr. Pro Tem, are we over? We all right? Good. We good? All right. All right. Urban Development Authority.
Me again.
We know this one's not going to be long, Alex. It's not long.
It ought not to be. And thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you,
You have
Commissioner.
others with the
Yes.
who serve on the Urban Development Authority.
And we're thankful that we've been able to get this scheduled. Several of my folks have been introduced already, but first, Chris Sheridan is the chair of the board. Kay Gerhart is vice chair. Then also Rick Hutto, member of the board. Loretta Thomas, member of the board. Gene Dunwoody Jr., member of the board. And Slayton Carter, our program assistant behind Mr. Hutto. And thankful that they're all here, and if you have questions for them after we speak, I'm sure they'd be happy to talk, but they usually like for me to do that. So the Urban Development Authority, of course, is an agency of Macon-Bibb County. The broad strokes created by local amendment to the state constitution in 1975, and we've been existing that long. But you've probably just started hearing about us more in the last few years. The goal of the Urban Development Authority is to be the public side of economic development, particularly for the downtown areas of Macon-Bibb County. We were co-created by Macon and Bibb County then, so now we're a creature of the consolidated government. As a quasi-governmental entity, we are part of Macon-Bibb, but we are a separate governing body politic, which is why we've been able to do a lot of the things that we can do. Specifically today, I want to address a few of the things that we've been working on, and it kind of fits this mold of what we think of for the Urban Development Authority. We've adopted a recent tagline that we're a body that takes ideas into transformational projects for downtown Macon, which loosely translates into we do the stuff that other people won't do or can't do. One of which, the one we got a lot of headlines for recently, is the Dempsey Hotel project. After many years of investigation and looking into the feasibility of acquiring this property that the Urban Development Authority actually sold to the current owner in 1983, we were able to reach a contract with Dempsey Macon Associates and the bargain company just a little over a month ago. We are currently in due diligence to purchase this property, and the revenue that we will be using to purchase that would be bonds that would be solely leveraged by the rents and revenues from that property, based on the pro forma that we're doing now, with a purchase price at $4.5 million over existing debt. That existing debt piece is important because only bodies such as the Urban Development Authority can assume existing HUD debt. And that's an important feature of the Urban Development Authority as a local governing body. We can do things such as that, meaning we can make a sale work when another entity could not. One of the things that people have asked a lot about is, what about the current residents? Well, current residents will stay. And in fact, the current residents are part of why the Urban Development Authority felt it was important to make this decision, to bring local management to the facility to address resident needs in a more direct way, assist with things like improving existing space, social services, and partnering with the Housing Authority, who has a much deeper bench to address social service issues to make sure that the residents are in a better position to have their lives improved. So we really think that's a huge value for here, because the Dempsey is a great asset for downtown Macon, and I think under local management it will be otherwise. One thing is, well, what about the long-term future? The property is under use restrictions until 2035. It must be affordable housing, and the Urban Development Authority holds affordable housing as a value for the future of downtown Macon. The Macon Action Plan addressed the need to improve and have accessible, affordable housing for the long term. And that's something that we're really trying to address with a lot of our programs, and why we're invested in other projects such as Mill Hill and partnering with others to have affordable housing across the board in the urban core. And one of the things that we're going to do as part of this sale, should it finally go through, is to improve the internal facilities of that area. So it's something that we think is going to be a great benefit for all of downtown Macon. Another thing that we've been working on that has gotten a lot of headlines is downtown parking. The commission approved in November of 2016 a new parking ordinance that vested the Urban Development Authority with planning and implementing an on and off street management program for accessibility downtown. And we're glad that after a long public process of listening to residents, listening to businesses, listening to lots of different folks, looking at best practices, that we are now on the verge of implementing that system, which will include metered on-street parking, centralized deck management, and residential permit parking throughout the urban core, addressing the three major tension points for downtown parking. Businesses in particular were the ones begging for a change to the system, because parking was not available and accessible at peak times throughout the day. And so based on the system that we had, the facilities that we had, and our very strong desire to not implement parking minimums that will require more demolition of property, that metered parking was the best way to create necessary turnover for downtown Macon. But also making sure that deck pricing is centralized, available in hourly rate, and that residents are taken care of in the system. Funding from the meters, again, is from a Renaissance Bank loan. They're invested in the project, and the only thing pledged to that loan are the meters and the revenues from the meters themselves, so it's not a core government obligation. And that's, so I think that's a key point as well. We've hired Linear Parking to manage the system. Linear Parking's out of Atlanta. There aren't any parking companies in Macon-Bibb for obvious reasons. They have a very strong track record, and we feel that they're going to bring a wonderful sense of customer service to the system. And that's what really made them stand out, is that they understood what parking management was all about. One of the things that we're going to do, because we have not hired the meter staff yet, because the meters aren't scheduled to come in until Star Wars Day, May the 4th, but that once we have a job fair for these folks, the sheriff will have a vetting process to just make sure that they're okay, and that sheriff is okay with them being on the streets and issuing the citations that the parking ordinance allows the company to do. And that's one of the things that kind of is an unheralded thing as part of this process, is that it's actually going to create 5 new jobs for downtown Macon, which is pretty cool. And then the broad strokes of the metered parking system is that parking will be priced at $1.25 an hour with a 3-hour limit, which actually increases the current system, which is a 2-hour limit, and a ticket. This gives you a 3rd hour in case you need to do some essential business in that. $1.25 an hour, which is that's about normal rates statewide.
Normal is free.
No, sir.
Yeah, too many lost downtown.
And that the time limits on that is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, with Sunday being free all day. And another thing that was asked for us to give an update on are the improvements that are happening currently on Cherry Street. The 500 block of Cherry Street has just had new sidewalks implemented. If you haven't seen them yet, it's amazing what has gone on so quickly. This is part of the 2013 bond issuance that included downtown improvements, and that we specifically targeted Cherry Street because this is the most traffic block, and it was the block that had the most accessibility hazards in all of downtown. Tripping hazards, inaccessible non-ADA compliant sidewalks and the like, and now we've improved that. We hired Stafford Construction to oversee the work, and they've used some incredible subs to get it done as quickly as possible, and it's something that we feel is going to be a great pilot for how we can get things done going forward as funding comes available, because that one block has come in at just around $600,000 to do all of those improvements, which is way under what we originally projected for such a project. And that's consistent with the Macon Action Plan and the overall vision of the 2nd Street Plan, so it's coordinated with a lot of different efforts that are going on. And then a lot of questions last time, and Ms. Lucas specifically asked us to address how much money the Urban Development Authority handles. And as a component unit of Macon-Bibb County's government, that is a harder question to answer than you might think. If you looked at our audit, you would see that the Urban Development Authority has total governmental funds at $7,027,746. Our general fund, inclusive of the restricted assets, is just over $1 million. So what makes up that difference? Well, you have the $1.5 million in the Macon-Bibb County revolving loan fund that's included in the $7 million. $1.7 million in bond funds that are held by the Urban Development Authority for projects such as Cherry Street and the Mill Hill project. Grant funds that we hold for other projects and for other projects such as the Mulkey Heritage Trail and other restricted assets. So that's about $1 million in and of itself. Liabilities of the authority ring in that $7 million.
So when we do pilots, that's actually a liability logged for the debt on a project. So 401 Cherry, the Capricorn project, $1 million alone is just in those liabilities. Then we have a local revolving loan fund, which are considered to be net assets of the authority because they're payments due to the authority at $853,000. And then another governmental fund, which speaks to our nature as a governmental unit, is that there's $2 million in the fund for the Georgia Secretary of State's project, which we were designated as the owner on behalf of Macon-Bibb County to implement that project. We were able to get that project done ahead of schedule and $600,000 under budget, meaning a monthly net revenue gain to Macon-Bibb County of over $7,000. Which we were able to do by breaking up contracts, hiring local contractors, and doing things in a way that was a little bit unorthodox. And we were very happy to work with all local vendors on that as well. So what does that add up to is you have a total governmental funds at $7 million. Our total operating cash and what we usually work on at any given time is about $100,000. So we are lean, mean, and we leverage a lot. And just to say that we're at the intersection of a lot of things that are what we consider to be good and innovative projects for the community. So the things that have brought more loss and activity to downtown, new ordinances, new businesses that come to downtown, projects like Mill Hill, we're always there at the table and making sure that we're serving the necessary public role to get those projects done in a way that's inclusive for the entire community and connecting people to assets and opportunities in our community that otherwise wouldn't be there. So that's a very quick nutshell of just a few of the things the Urban Development Authority does. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Allen and then Commissioner Bibbins.
One quick question, and I was out when you started talking, you might have answered this. The sheriff has several officers of some sort working in the downtown area on traffic. Would those officers still be working with you, or?
No, sir. They would still
back
be
to the sheriff's office?
They would still be employees of the sheriff's office, and the metered parking area is a subset of downtown Macon. There are other places that parking has to be enforced by the sheriff's office, and the Sheriff Davis has said that he would reassign those officers to other high traffic areas.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I like Bird to have something.
Commissioner Bibbins.
When it comes to the Dempsey Hotel, you mentioned 2035. What happens to the availability aspects of it after that?
That's to be determined. The question would be whether or not a new HUD project would continue, or if market changed in the prevailing 18 years. But we haven't projected beyond just the current operations and making the cash flow work for right now and keeping the current residents and commercial spaces viable.
Is that it?
That means get rid of.
You have anything?
I'm good.
One last question. The Dempsey. We know that the Dempsey has some issues in there from the fire department perspective, and that we always trained on what if and what would happen if that occurred. And because we don't have the personnel to actually, if we had all two sides, first shift, second shift working, it would be hard to get all those people out in case of a major issue there.
Correct.
Has anyone ever taken under the consideration that down on 3rd Street, where it's a lot of blight down there, we could do like they've done over at Tyndall Heights, build those apartments there where people have access to defects, people have access to grocery stores, people have access to doctors in the downtown area, and let them live in a different environment, a better environment, than living in a hotel that can be renovated and put up to standards like it should be?
That's a big question, and that's not something the Urban Development Authority has investigated.
You would work with HUD and the rest of them as you do already, correct?
If HUD demanded that, HUD certifies this property on an annual basis and has determined it, but that type of issue of the life safety issues, and I'll say this is something that we didn't talk about in the press conference and things that we put out, but when the Urban Development Authority did decide to get
really intense on this project, honing in on it. It was when the fire occurred and we realized that the management that was out of town wasn't considering those sorts of issues, that they weren't addressing the needs of residents. And that's something that we felt as a governmental agency that we were really doing a disservice to the residents there for not addressing some of those concerns, and we felt that it was something that we could address better. But
So
the
you're saying
notion
it's
of moving
something
them
that
out is not something that we have considered.
Are you saying something our Macon or CAO or the mayor get involved in, the commissioners or something in the future?
It's possible, but the determinations right now are made at the federal level.
Okay. Yeah.
Commissioner Allen, once we gain control of that building, then we'll be able to have conversations that up until now are just not worthy of having.
Okay.
And your idea, I think, makes a lot of sense. This is a very complicated set of rules that we have to follow with HUD, and so we can't say what we could do, but I think the authority can say that we're open to anything that we can do to improve the lives of those residents. And your idea, I think, is worth considering at some point.
Well, I was thinking that, since we're doing everything we're doing at Tyndall Heights and with all the other individuals that's involved with that project over there with MRSA and certain ones, to get these individuals these are citizens, these are people that live on these floors in there, that we can take away the hardships that they're having if we can build those. I mean, we have empty space out there, and you could do those homes where they'll be back in a home instead of an apartment, and give them the life that they need there. I just think it's something we should have been thinking about. We should have thought about it even before it was sold years ago, and we never did. But we did know about the fire. We've had several fires in there, and we've always been I'm retired, but we've always been very, very cautious about certain buildings. That building and another one down, the hotel down in Walnut. So thank you for your information, sir.
Okay. Talk just a minute, just very briefly, because we're going to move on to Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful next. But Rosa Parks Square, we approved a resolution some time ago that included not only improvements to Poplar Street, that area, but also to Rosa Parks Square. And where are we on that?
The Urban Development Authority's role in the Rosa Parks Square was we paid for the design and shepherded the public meetings through, worked with the commission and the public on that. But since that resolution was approved, we have not been involved at the funding or project management level. But we would love to see the Rosa Parks Square design go forward and even working in like fashion to what happened with Poplar Street to do an interim design per that level. As we know, that was a very elaborate design that really brought a lot of dignity to the space. And our hope had been that both projects would be completed for SPLOST, but I know that didn't happen. But we have not been involved since that time that it was approved, the design was approved.
Okay, why would you move forward on the Dempsey Hotel and not Rosa Parks Square? We have indicated no desire for an entity of Macon-Bibb to move forward on the Dempsey Hotel. We have indicated a very strong desire to have something done with Rosa Parks Square, and several commissioners have indicated that they were waiting for Urban Development Authority to come forward with the next step. And then we received notification that Urban Development Authority was having a news conference downtown that we were invited to announce something. And the announcement was that that Urban Development Authority was purchasing the Dempsey.
Okay, well, those are two very separate projects.
I know that.
And the reason that we move forward on the Dempsey is that we could identify a revenue stream
for that. The Urban Development Authority at no time had a revenue stream or funding for the implementation of the Rosa Parks Square. Because
what would be a revenue stream for Rosa Parks Square?
As a public project, SPLOST or other types of funding that would be any other park that would be usually public funds directly. The funds for the Dempsey would be private placed funds. So it would have to be philanthropy or public money. So that's we were under the impression that the project would be funded through SPLOST or other parks revenues at the time that the design was going forward.
Okay. Okay, we'll recognize you for one more comment.
The funding to pay for the design for Rosa Parks Square came from a bond issue that we received prior to consolidation. And so we used part of the money that bond issue was, $2.5 million for the urban core. We took part of that money and paid to have the design done, and that design is complete and ready to be put out for bid. We do not have a source of funds to pay for the construction. The Dempsey Hotel finances itself, so we didn't have to. The source of funds for the Dempsey is the Dempsey itself. So as soon as we can recognize a source of funds to pay for Rosa Parks Square, we'll be delighted to get it under construction. It's a wonderful design.
Yeah, I think we've already expressed that. That was what I was saying earlier, that we have expressed our desire that you undertake the improvements over there. And my question was, why the Dempsey project, in light of the fact that we have expressed that very strong desire for you to move forward on that, why you would go ahead with the Dempsey project ahead of. And I guess this goes with entities that are set up separately with separate boards. We fund those entities, and then we give them, they are given by law a lot of power to access different pots of money, loans, whatever, bonds, whatever, which Urban Development Authority is. And what my question pertains to is the decisions that are made in an entity that does not have to come back to this body to let us know up front what's going on. You just make those decisions. And it looks like maybe there needs to be a look at the enabling legislation that set up that body. Maybe a review of the powers granted to that body. And that's just me talking. I'm not speaking for other commissioners, but I see a lot of situations where we as elected officials have given direction or a feeling as to a project that we want to see done. But these entities that are set up, that were years ago set up through recommendations of the governing body, we're not listened to in that. Those bodies make those decisions. So that's a concern that I have. I do appreciate, we all appreciate your willingness to come and to discuss with us. And we're in a learning mode as well, because I don't think we've had an opportunity over these years. We've been so busy trying to get this new government working right. We've not had appropriate time to talk with entities and see where there might need to be some tweaking. So I think we're at that point now where there'll be more input from this body through committees on entities such as Urban Development Authority, Industrial Authority, and others that we do fund. And so I guess that is our way of exerting or impacting those groups to a certain extent at the budget process. Was there anything else? Okay, thank you so much. Would the members of the Urban Development Authority just kind of stand so we'll see? Okay. Thank you all very, very much for your service. We know that you work, you're paid an awful lot of money. You get about what we make, $2.80 an hour, I think is what we figured out.
Times zero.
Times zero, exactly, exactly. So we want to thank you very much. And we'll be scheduling you periodically to come and to report. And we're happy you were able to get everything taken care of and get to this meeting today.
It's very interesting, the life of what we do. The first time we tried to schedule it, we had a group in from Kalamazoo, Michigan that had been on the schedule for 3 months, and believe it or not, what they were looking at was the fact that Macon-Bibb County is a national leader in reclaiming neighborhoods and vacant properties, specifically Mill Hill and Bells Hill were what they were looking at, and they couldn't believe what we were able to get done here. And I think that's, to Reverend Bumps' point, is we need to toot our own horn a lot more than we do. We are a pretty awesome community, and people don't like to mention that enough. And this group and a lot of those that you have here today, I mean, we work very well together and hard to get things done that we may not recognize ourselves enough, but people outside here know Macon's really doing things that no one else is doing in a way that's innovative and inclusive and really, really strong. And that starts here.
Thank you. Thank you. And we're intending as committee chairs to give an opportunity to these various entities to tell their story and to have enough time to do it. So thank you very, very much. And thank you all for coming.
Commissioner Lucas,
All right.
excuse me.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor Pro
Lucas,
Tem.
the time now is 10 after 11. You have scheduled, we have 5 more presentations in your committee, and we have 2 other committees. There is no work session, there is no lunch scheduled, so just want y'all to be aware of that as we move forward.
Thank you. So, yeah. Okay, thank you. Keep making Bibb beautiful. And after that, I'm sure a brief report on South Bibb Recreation. And I believe I saw the Georgia Doom represented here, our arena football.
He just walked in.
Yeah. Okay.
We've also got the street maker.
Oh, goodness.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman for Sandy Beach has to catch a plane today,
we'll
and they've got to leave by 11:30. So I don't know if you want to make a switch because he's got to catch a plane out of here. Just for information purposes.
The status
Yeah,
now,
we need,
very
just
quickly.
ask him to hold up a second, just get to come in, since he's leaving, he's got to catch a flight. Where's he at? This might take a second, if you're, can he speak, go, he's gonna have to catch a flight, I mean.
How long is your?
No, I've got plenty of time. So
See, okay. See, they're fine. Go ahead, madam.
Thank you.
He's trying to be mayor.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem Tillman and commissioners. On behalf of Keep Making Bibb Beautiful Commission, I am honored to be here today to share with you the results and what's been going on with our commission. Keep Making Bibb Beautiful has been established for 44 years in Macon, Georgia.
Our mission is to improve the quality of life through litter prevention, recycling, and beautification projects. So a lot of folks don't understand our true establishment, how we were started. Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful was organized as a result of an ordinance which was adopted by the mayor and the city of Macon in 1974. KMBBC is classified as a 501c1 organization, and KMBBC is identified as a governmental agency. We are one of a kind as far as an outside agency in Macon. We are the only one that has established that status with Keep America Beautiful and Keep Georgia Beautiful. So sometimes we feel very special, and we do feel special from what you all have worked with us. Before we get started, Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful established a plan. It was called the Creating a Clean, Greener Community. And we have taken a very deep dive in this established a plan in order to obtain the results that we are presenting to you all today. We have been using a behavioral change model which was established by Keep America Beautiful, which we have all been trained as affiliates across America. What we have done is we have gathered facts, we have prioritized our behavior, we have developed an action plan, and we have evaluated, and we are looking at feedback. We are in the middle of this plan, so it is a continuous work in progress. One of the ways that we have used to identify the litter in Macon, Georgia, is using a tool called the Litter Index. This tool, our organization, was the first to take the data to actually establish a workable plan and strategies of how to combat the litter in Macon. So this year, in the year of 2017, our results have indicated that we have had right now, as of until this month of April, 28 community cleanups. We have had so far 855 volunteers, and we've had over our volunteer hours of 88, and we have cleaned up 71 miles of litter. If you were around last weekend and noticed that we had over 250 volunteers participating in the Great American Cleanup. With that, we had 15 teams, and the teams were from Mercer University students. They were teams from churches, and also teams from our very own Neighborhood Watch programs. It was an exciting event. We kicked it off last Saturday at Henderson Stadium. We cleaned up over 60 miles, and we worked for 72 hours, 0.5 hours. Also, we could not have done this event without our sponsors. We Graphic Packaging. They also were a sponsor for us. Coca-Cola providing water for all of our volunteers. Advanced Disposal providing roll-offs. We had over 15 roll-offs scattered out among the community, and they were all full by the end of Friday afternoon. One thing that I noticed through that Great American Cleanup was the community pulling together to clean each neighborhood one at a time. Once the kickoff was open, and I would like to say that our very own Jada Sims, who is part of our Neighborhood Watch program, also gave the convocation that morning, and it was very warming to see all of our different areas throughout Macon pulling together. But as I rode around on Saturday, it was a celebration and also a party going on. At the end of the day, in all the cleanups, many were having cookouts, children were involved, adults were involved. It was a huge celebration. Some of them were giving out door prizes to the streets that cleaned up the most. So it was truly warming to see how we all pulled together last weekend. One of our other strategies we have is adopt-a-spots. Thank you, sir. Okay. We have 23 adopt-a-spots. One of our other strategies that has really taken on this year is our litter bug hotline that we work with Sheriff Davis's office. We have 365 reported calls, and we distributed 800 cards during our cherry tree sales during the festival. Also, tomorrow is Earth Day, and Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful is an integral part of that event. We will also continue to give out our litter bug hotline cards. We have a lot of residents in Macon that are out there waiting and watching to look for folks that are throwing litter out of their vehicles, which has been a great strategy for us. Also in our plan, we have included the youth, and they have become a very integral part. The GCAPS community students have held cleanups. Also, the Georgia Youth of the Year is Eleanor Anderson, who is a GCAP student. She is also on the Council for Keep America Beautiful, has organized a cleanup for around schools. So we were very pleased to help and work with her, along with assistance of Keep America Beautiful, assisted her with some funding for that event. The Tatnall Square Ecology Club has adopted a spot out on Northside Drive. Mercer University student clubs such as the Mercers have had cleanups, and they also had a team for Keep America Beautiful, and as a result of that, they are interested in adopting the area at the Museum of Arts and Science all the way down to the overpass on Forsyth and Road. Hartley Elementary School, one of our very own elementary schools, has just recently had a school-wide neighborhood cleanup, which was organized with their homeschool facilitator. The YCA of Milledgeville contacted KMBBC, and they have done a great job in doing a cleanup downtown Macon. Stratford Academy has organized cleanups out on Peak Road, and the youth at the Industrial Children's Home has also participated in cleanups. Another one that I would like to add is RJ Reynolds Tobacco Company has contacted us and has asked to be a partner with KMBBC to help combat the cigarette butt issue in Macon. They brought a team in yesterday and this week, and to help with Earth Day, they picked up over 7-gallon bags of cigarette butts. So we are pleased to add that partnership, and they also planted a tree in Washington Park this week. And as you can see, we have some pictures of our volunteers that have been out working in our community. The next program that we are going to talk about that we work with is our recycling program, and that is the educational piece of that. Through Keep America Beautiful, we teach the Waste in Place program, which is a K-12 program that we can teach as far as preschool all the way up to high school, and I have even adapted it to college-level students, which I taught last week. We have taught over 2,850 students in Macon-Bibb. We've had 20 public service speakings, and our big event that we do for Macon is the recycling event for Christmas trees, which is called Bring One for the Chipper. That event this year brought in 72 volunteers with over 288 volunteer hours, 16 total of governmental hours to assist in this event. 1,623 trees were recycled, 1,223 trees bags of mulch, and 400 trees were given for fish habitats at Lake Tovasaki and the Macon Water Authority Lake. We had 18 recycling bins on Cherry Street we have put out through a Downtown Challenge grant. And our next slide you can see is some pictures of all of our events and programs that pertain to our recycling program. Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful's other part is our beautification results. We have we've had several residents, along with many business owners, and the Ficklin Family Foundation are concerned about the cherry blossom, the Yoshino cherry trees. Many of those trees have peaked out, and which means the life of them are 30 to 35 years. Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful wrote a grant through the Ficklin Family Foundation, and we have been working on that every year to revitalize the trail. So we have planted this year 17 trees. We have also given away 2,000 cherry tree saplings to residents and also around communities and around Macon for planting. This year we planted a native tree for National Planting Day. It was a kindred spirit hybrid oak, and we planted that one on National Arbor Day. We planted actually 8 of those at the Tubman Museum. We've also planted evergreens and planters downtown, and we have planted flowers and also in the downtown boxes, but now those boxes have been, as Alex just said, as part of the revitalization of Cherry Street. So we will be able to go back and replant more flowers in the flower boxes. Also, this year we have hired Mrs. Diane Patterson, who has helped with our educational, she's the educational program specialist who works with all of our different events and programs and assists with the grant writing for KMBBC. We can't leave out our wonderful volunteers. Every year in March, we celebrate and do an awards ceremony for all of the awards, for all of the volunteers, along with our government workers and our first responders. This year, KMBBC presented 23 awards. We had 275 attendees. We gave 3 special awards, and this year the new president and CEO, Helen Lomans from Keep America Beautiful, attended this event. Our purpose, again, is to provide a better quality of life through these 3 areas: litter prevention, recycling, and beautification. Next year, we want to continue to work collaboratively. Just hearing there's a lot of new existing, I hear, programs going on around the community. KMBBC would like to tag on with these programs and offer assistance. We want to continue with our grant writing and broaden our programs that we currently have. And we want to also work with and share our programs with other entities of Macon, how we can more work collaboratively together. We did participate in what was called a blight calculator ride last week. Commissioner Virgil Watkins went on the ride with us. It was an opportunity that we were given through Keep America Beautiful. We had 2 folks from Memphis, Tennessee to come in, and we took them on a tour, and Allison Goldie from the Land Bank was our tour guide, and we showed her different areas of Macon. And the purpose of the blight calculator was to show how blight affects financially your community and what you can do to help help with that problem in your community. So any questions? Yes.
I got 2, possibly 3.
Okay.
Homeowners associations.
Mm-hmm.
Have anyone call in these homeowners associations to help these guys? I get a lot of phone calls in different communities that have homeowner associations. Do you have anyone in there that's possibly working or making calls to them to let them take care of their own communities? I mean, at Barrington, they throw trash out all the time in there.
Right. We have worked with Jeff Batcher out in that area on Zebulon Road. We do work with them. They are private, so it's they do not have a list like our neighborhood watch programs, which are in all of the districts in Bibb.
But they do have someone that's in charge. You could call them because they have meetings, and they meet with the homeowners and all, and they send letters out to homeowners about, and for different streets, they have somebody on different streets as captains that can help do that, can help us.
I have gone out and spoken in these different communities when they reach out to me. We have done that.
We need to start reaching out to them, because
Okay.
the bottom line is it's not getting done in a lot of areas. You've got some good areas that got hit. There's a lot of areas out there that's not been touched at all. And, you know, I stand with y'all. I know you're doing a good job. I saw some of your people out the other day, and I really do appreciate, especially around these interchanges and all. I appreciate that. But we've got to work harder at it. Now, one thing I'm planning on doing is starting to have, because the T-Loss is coming up, Splash is coming up, and I'm going to have some town hall meetings in the district. And I plan to, hopefully, I can get you to come out and talk about what you're doing in District 6 and be able to tell people, and maybe we can do a better job in that district and also in some other people's districts where people like to throw out beds and stuff on the side of the road by the airport. So.
Okay. Anything
Other
else?
questions?
If not, do you have, I know that at the previous meeting, you did have some members of your board, Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful board, who were here. I know some were here this morning.
And they've already,
too,
I think they
earlier.
left, they were here earlier this morning because they were here at 9. And
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
My other question.
I know, I'm sorry.
Go
But they
Grant
would,
writers, are you using any of the college's grants writers to I saw where you put your grants up there. Are any of them helping you do grant writing? They do it at these colleges for credits.
yes, we have tapped Mercer University, and we've used some of the students at Mercer.
But you could get some of the others if you make some phone calls, I'm sure.
Other
There
other
are
colleges?
I mean, there's a lot of grants out there for what you do.
Okay. Thank you so much for being patient with us. We have had a long agenda today, but we're trying to catch up from like several weeks of meetings that we've had to kind of push back. But thank you very much, and please express to your board our appreciation for their attendance at the other meetings and this morning too. And thank you for the bags too. We got those last time. Anything else? Thank you so much. Now, we were going to do the quick update on,
Sandy Beach.
yeah.
I don't want
where-
to put
where
anybody,
did-
I'm not suggesting that, putting anybody in before anybody, but I had received a message that he had to go, and then he threw me under the bus, so it's up to him.
He's sensitive. He's just
Okay, Mayor.
sensitive. He's, keep it up. Keep it up. All right. How long is your report? Okay. We've got go ahead with your, that's been requested, because we don't want you to miss your plane.
Good morning. Y'all have had some difficult issues this morning and people doing some great work in the community. And I'm here for a pretty simple topic, and that's trying to get kids in the pool this summer. My name is Greg Hayes, and I'm a receiver. I'm appointed by a court, a judge in Cobb County. The original owner of the water park, you can go ahead and put the first slide up. The original owner of the water park defaulted, and a receiver, as me as a court officer, was appointed to manage the water park until we can sell it. And right now we're trying to sell the park. It's a beautiful facility, and we're trying to sell it right now. I've got an aerial video here that we've used in our marketing materials. And what we're here to do today to talk about is trying to change the parking structure so that more children can get in the park and use the facility. About $4 million was spent building this park, and it's built on county land. So the county, pardon?
What is your sales price? Sales price or list price?
Oh, I'll have a slide on all that. I'll get to what we get in. Here's the park now. There's our lazy river that the pool goes around. We had about 25,000 people come to the park last summer. It's really underutilized based on the initial projections of what the park was going to be able to do. And no profit is being made to date. So we need more groups to come out there and maybe keep the Macon Beautiful group. And we need to get out to the community and get more groups in and church groups. And we did a lot of that last season. but we really need to get the revenues up and get people out there. Like I say, it's a very underutilized asset. So let's go on to the next. This is just the parking lot and the pool. There's there's a couple of shots of the facility right now. We spent a lot of money out there last summer cleaning it up, getting the beach set up. There's the wave pool that the kids love to play in, and there's one of our lifeguards last season. This is on a ground lease.
The commissioner has a question.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Is it unfair to say, so tell me a little bit more about your receivership from the bank?
I'm a court officer. I'm appointed by the court to run the park. And what I do, I'm not a...
Parks, or you got park experience, or how does...
No. I hired, it's called Jeff Ellis Management is the main operator. And I hired they manage pools for Disney. And I hired them last summer, and they are back this season to manage the park. So they're an expert operator and have experience. They actually lease it from me, and they're responsible for all the liability and the insurance and plenty of insurance. I think they have $13 million worth of insurance. I mean, they train the lifeguards. The main part I'm here for today is the last item. It looks a little small here on the screen. Is the parking fee that's at the park. Let's go on to the next slide. And again, the county gets 1% of the revenue per the ground lease that was written in 2014. I mentioned earlier we spent about $4 million to build the park, and the problem for the water park is that it's built on county land. So when a parent comes to the park, they have to pay to enter the park first. And let's go to the next slide. They have to pay to get into the park, which is $3 a person to get in. It's not per car. It's just to get into the park, because that would be the same fee you're paying to go down to the beach. Okay? So you pay $3 to get in, and then the parents have to get out their wallet again and pay to enter the park. Let's go on to the next slide.
And if I will, just as a clarification, this is Mayor Pro Tem Tillman. I have not updated commissioners, but there is a plan or discussion that will allow all folks to enter the park at no charge and then pay on the way out if they had not used the water park. Because we're trying to, in helping you, that we're charging them up front on the front end, and I think what y'all are asking us to do is charge them on the back end. So if they did not use the water park, then we would collect our $3 as they exit the park.
That would be a great solution. I have a couple of suggestions here at the end.
But now, I'm sure that the Mayhem and the Doom and everybody else who pays to park at the Centroplex would like to have that too. So we got a lot of discussing to do on that item. But let me let you go ahead and finish your presentation, and then I'm sure that item will be further discussed when it comes as a proposal to operations.
Next slide, please. Next slide. We're creating about 50 jobs out there this summer, and people in the community. We're hiring lifeguards right now, and so if you have a teenager or know teenagers that need a summer job, Jeff Ellis Management will train those lifeguards and make them a certified lifeguard. So there's a lot of opportunity for teenagers in the community right now. Next slide, please. Here's a group of our lifeguards from last summer, and the next slide. One of the big problems we had is last season was the weather. If you remember last June, it rained the entire month. And what we were hoping for last year was to have a very strong season and then be able to sell the water park. We're looking for a local operator that could buy the water park and turn it into, that's willing to spend the capital on it. Here we did have about 25,000 guests last season. We're thinking it might be about 26,000 this season, but we want to get the word out to the community more and do more marketing. I met with Mayor Rickert back in February, and he talked about the county helping us with some marketing, different proposals, trying to get out and get more marketing. Pardon?
Is 26,000 a break even?
I'll show you that. It's just about break even. It's not much money at all. Let's go on to the next slide. Here's the fees that you pay to get in now. An adult is $14.50 a day. The season pass is what the families really need to buy, and a season pass per person is $49, or the family pass is about $180. But the problem is, if you buy the family pass and you've got a couple of children, it still costs you $12 if you've got a family of 4 every time you go to the pool, which is a lot of money. So we're trying to find a solution to get past that gate, and so the families will come back and use the pool more during the season. I think it's the main complaint that we get from the families is having to pay the parking and then pay the entrance to the pool again. We've run some specials right now on Groupon, a discounted fee for an annual pass for a family on Groupon to get more families signed up early and get into the pool. Next slide, please. This is our gross revenues for the last couple of years, and I've got an asterisk there. By 2017, we had a very bad season last year, and that was, I mean, we've only got 60 days, but school starts on August 1st. So once school started last year, nobody came to the park. I mean, all the school activities start. So we're opening on Memorial Day, and by August 1st, it's dead. So we've got 60, 70 days to make money for the season. So it's a very tough, it's a short time to make enough money to cover this park during the season. And we're hoping to gross about $400,000 this year. Original projections back when they built it in 2014 were $700,000, $800,000. So we're making the best of what we have right now. And it's a difficult sale. It's hard to find somebody to buy the water park right now when we haven't had a really strong season. So we need the community to come out and support the pool. And by eliminating the parking fee, we think that's really going to help us. Next slide, please.
Wait for a second.
Yes, sir.
So you're anticipating an extra 6,000 people?
I think it was an extra 1,000 people this season is what we had in our budget.
Just doing quick math on like to get to 400,000, it would take 31,000 plus people, right?
Well, we still have a lot of expenses. I'll have to go through the budget with you and look at the items that we forecasted. But I forgot what we went from 318,000 last year gross revenue to 400,000 this year.
That's average $12.
Right.
75 cents a head. That'd be 31,000 people at 400.
Okay.
That's for them, that's not for the park.
Okay, yeah, we invested $275,000 of taxpayers' money in infrastructure to prepare the site
right
for the water park. Then it was our understanding the original owner,
Jeff Franklin, right?
right? Okay, he's no longer involved with it at all.
That's correct. The money
So-
that you invested, there's no indication in the existing ground lease as to when if and when that terminates. So I think, and I don't know exactly how much you've collected based on people going to the park, but we estimate by the end of this season we will have paid back about $225,000 of that total. So
Paid
based
back
on-
to Macon-Bibb.
through the
to
parking
the-
fees, right?
No, you can't count that. I mean, you can't count parking as a part of that. Was that the original agreement to count parking toward the $275,000 coming from Bibb?
Commissioner, I wasn't involved at that time. I've just been
Okay.
involved in a year, so I don't
Okay.
know the answer to that. I don't know how it came about or how it was decided what was going to count towards that. But
I would not think it would.
We also pay 1% of revenue to the county, and I've got some of those figures up here. It's not much money right now because there's not a lot of revenue. But what I'm trying to suggest today is that we need to try to work out something on the parking fee so that can help us try to get more attendance, to help us try to sell the park to a local operator that will then be able to reinvest and add other features. I mean, we could do other items at the park. It's a beautiful facility that needs local management and local operator to run it. And in trying to sell the water park, the biggest problem that we've had is people are concerned about the ground lease. So I'm trying to set the stage today to be able to come back and when I have a real buyer to say, hey, the county will work with you and write a new ground lease down the road. And that's I'd like to be able to work out something on the parking this summer and then try to get the attendance up and then try to sell it to the right person that can really run this park.
So when you say concerned about changes to the ground lease, that would include the parking situation that you're
Yes, sir.
talking about now. That's the major problem.
The major problem right now is parking.
And amending the ground lease, being amenable to amending the ground lease for whoever.
For the new buyer.
Yeah, something you need a verbal okay from the county from today.
I would like to just have sort of an indication to be able to talk to buyers. I mean, when we have a real buyer, they're going to want to come back and negotiate with the county. And so,
I for one, am open to negotiation. I don't know if I can make that a motion.
What we need to do is to refer this from this committee to operations, because I'm anticipating that there's going to be some kind of proposal. We don't have anything before us today. We just are getting your information. So let's go ahead and get a motion to refer this to appropriations so that it's been motioned and got a second on that to refer this to that committee, but you have some.
Yeah, a question. How many additional parking spaces? You brought that up early on that you didn't have enough parking out there. Now, we do have other areas out there at Sandy where people, you know, are you relating back that we need to put parking spaces down for people to park?
no, I think there's plenty of space to park. We haven't filled up the lots. It's just the fee is our issue.
That's been the issue since you started.
Right.
Okay.
That's our issue.
That's fine.
Can I get the next slide, please, just real quick? Here, I'm just a slide on the revenues this year. The county actually makes a lot of money just on the parking fees, and the park itself is not making much money. And the estate, the bank that I don't work for them, but my job is to try to get a sale of the park to be able to pay off the bank some part of what they've got.
Okay, let me go ahead and move this motion. We are moving, this obviously falls under Operations Committee. The information you've shared with us has been an update on that particular facility, and that does fall under this committee, but the actual negotiations, you know, all of that would fall under another committee. So we're going to, rather than have you finish up, we're going to refer this to the Operations Committee.
That sounds good.
Okay, it's been
Chairman
motioned and
Lucas.
second. Yes, sir.
I was going to wait for discussion. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Your phone number?
Is there further?
You-
I can give it to you.
More discussion.
That CEO there?
We've got a
Before you-
motion and
he's got it.
second to refer,
Okay.
so.
Well, I was just going to clarify a couple of things. Number one, this was originally in Operation and Finance. The chairman wanted to bring it over here for discussion. Also, I just think the terminology that the receiver is using, the term of parking, I think he actually means those people that enter Sandy Beach for whatever reason to be a part of our Sandy Beach pays $3. Y'all are just saying the word parking, and I think what he is saying, if we receive 25,000 people a year at $3, that's $75,000, we receive some revenue, and we're receiving 1%. I think the argument they're making is if people don't come to the water park, then they would not be paying the $3 anyway. So it will be moved because I think there's some discussion that we do need to have to consider this. Just want to clarify what I think I'm hearing.
I mean, I think if we could work out something with the other group on the parking fee, I think we'll get a lot more attendance this summer. I think a lot of kids will be happier, be able to get to the pool, and a lot of parents will certainly be happier to be able to come into the pool without paying that additional fee. And we talked with the mayor about moving the gate back, but there's some cost to move the gate back and to deal with that. There's plenty of workarounds. Even if we had a season pass for the people that buy our season pass, if we had a low price season pass, parking pass, so they can just get, and it was $25 or some. You can buy a season pass to the park for $150, but just to get in for the season to get to the water park would be a great benefit to the families of Macon.
Not be a place to separate the two when you're coming into the gate. You go into this on this side and the other to the. I mean, I know Sandy Beach. I mean, you can separate it if you wanted to.
Well, I think the main discussion we had was move the gate back and charge.
Okay, let's carry that this motion so that it can go on to the committee to discuss this. And when we get there, we need to be talking about how Macon-Bibb gets that $275,000 of taxpayers' money back first before we start giving up other concessions to this entity, because if we do that, I know there's some other negotiations that have to take place here with a proposal coming to us, but I'm a little nervous as far as taxpayers, that $275,000 that was put into that site up front, and we've not gotten any of that back from what I understand. So all in favor of that motion to refer to operations, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So your next encounter will be with the operations Chairman Watkins. I'm sure we'll schedule. The problem with just talking to the mayor is that you still have to come and talk to us. So I guess we're at that point now where we can see what all y'all have discussed, what's been promised to you, and see if this group, which is in charge of appropriations, money issues, if we will vote to do that or not. Because I'm sure other entities would want us to operate with some concessions given to them to help them as well, and they're not in receivership.
I understand, Chairman.
So,
Commissioner.
thank you very much, and we hope you make that flight.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll be
Okay.
looking forward to speaking with the.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Let me call Kevin with the Georgia Doom, please. I know he has some.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Tell them who you are and what you represent. And
all right, my name is Kevin Atkins. I'm the CEO of the Georgia Doom, the professional arena football team in town. And here today, thank you for allowing me to be here to give you a brief update. So we're currently 2-2, coming off a tough loss over the weekend, and we on the road this week to go to Fayetteville, North Carolina. So.
right. Would y'all pull up the Georgia Doom Facebook page or their website?
Yep. GeorgiaDoom.com.
I heard y'all beat somebody about
93 to 21.
Yeah, we beat Upstate Dragons. They out of Greenville, South Carolina, 93 to 21. And
have anybody send back the
Yeah, they was all kids.
I had to call the dogs off of, so when we gonna score 100 points on them. So maybe we could have used some of those points Saturday to beat Carolina. So
it's 87.
But yeah, it was a tough loss. We making some personnel changes this week. We got to get on the right track for us winning consistently to keep the fans coming out and engage in what we got going on. So we have some exciting things going on. We had a great Battle of the Band weekend last week. And then we're going to continue to be involved heavily in the schools and in the community. So we have the guys out mentoring the kids. We also did Principal for a Day. And we heavily involved with the PBIS programs in all of the schools of Macon. Our upcoming games are Cape Fear. And then we'll come back home, play Richmond and Florida back-to-back in May 12th, May 19th. Those games are respectively a blackout game and a teacher appreciation game as well. So, employment, since we started the organization, we have employed over 6 to 8 people, in addition to coaches and coaches and players. So we're making some grounds there with the economy, employing people. Also, we have a extensive internship program with Mercer University. And Middle Georgia State University as well. So we employ some of these people as well and keep them heavily involved. From a marketing standpoint, if you might have seen billboards, you might have seen TV commercials, but we're focusing now more on face-to-face marketing to engage the crowd, to get more of the people out, and we have lowered ticket prices by 30%. Since the first game. So we averaged around 2,300 people. We had 3,100 people at the game last last Saturday. Ultimately, we budgeted to be around 3,000 people per game. So if we can hit that number, we'll definitely be doing significantly better from a financial standpoint. So from a financial standpoint, sponsorships, we had a $30,000 miss from the budget that we originally budgeted on. So we have some ground to make up there. Like I said, the attendance has been averaging around 2,200, and ultimately we want to be around 3,000. So we have some travel expenses we got to make up. But overall, we definitely will. We're going to need some support to not only for travel reasons, but for also longevity here in Macon as well. From a Spectrum Group, from the Coliseum perspective, definitely need to look at getting another PA system. We kind of feel like that's hindering our in-game experience, because our in-game experience is what we rely on people to come back, and because they enjoy the game, they enjoy the festivities. So we want to try to see what we can do about getting a PA system, and also getting the Coliseum to make us a priority now, since the Macon Mayhem season is over with. Getting the turf down and allowing us to practice in that facility instead of being at Central Park each and every day. So those are some of the obstacles. Overall, we feel good going into the Cape Fear game. Overall, I feel good about everything. I just think we need a little support to get us over the hump.
Mm-hmm. Is Macon Visit Macon? That's the Keep Macon-Bibb Beautiful Commission. How have they assisted you with?
Just a little marketing. They did a little marketing for us early on, but not. I haven't heard from them since we started the season. So that's something I definitely need to get with them on to assist with the marketing.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that we usually ask that we've not had a chance to ask about in the last several years when we've had budget hearings from with these different entities is, how are you coordinating your responsibilities with other entities to make sure that everybody's helping everybody? Mm-hmm. I know that there are a lot of entities that are helping the Mayhem, and then the Macon-Bacon hasn't even played yet, but I know that they're getting some, and that all that's great. Mm-hmm. But we got to remember we've got an obligation to help all of these different entities, because that increases the quality of life for all of us in this community, and that's what we say we want. So I thought it was important that we have y'all to come today. And just express where you are, let people know, and this is being streamed live, so there are people watching and getting the information from their home or offices or whatever, and we want to encourage people to support this arena team, right. Because it helps to increase all the things that we have in this community. Are there other comments? Commissioner Allen.
I think I mentioned to you, you don't have any problem with parking or anything of that nature right now? Is that keeping you?
No parking, no concessions. So we strictly.
You don't get any of that.
Right.
You don't get anything. Does the Mayhem get a port? Well, I need to ask the.
I don't think they do.
Lot is ours.
Yeah.
Parking lot, and what about concessions with the Mayhem?
Yep.
All the beers and everything. That's
right.
Okay.
You're tough cookie, ain't you?
As a commissioner, I just like to say that it's time for us to look at the folks that we're assisting and know that every entity that we have is as important as the others. And there should be some across the board support. And our county manager, you might want it there, Mr. Moffitt, right there. You might want to meet with him and Spectra.
Okay.
And when we did not approve we didn't have to approve this contract, did we?
I don't think so.
Mr. Attorney?
I don't want to misspeak, but it was my recollection y'all did approve an agreement for the Doom to be there. I can look that up. Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember approving one.
Let me see.
I would think we would need to.
I think we welcomed them, but I don't know if
Yeah,
I don't think we ever, because everybody didn't get their shirts, Mr. Mr. Owner.
I got my hat.
You have your hat?
You got your
They
hat?
actually asked us for any money. They just signed a rental lease.
Yeah.
I think they worked that deal out through Spectra, who has the lease agreement with Macon-Bibb County.
Okay. So as a committee, can we ask our county manager to kind of connect with this and to look at that whole process and see and make sure that we're maximizing what we can do? And that includes Keep Macon-Bibb, that includes all of those entities that are supposed to be in the business of economic development. And these games bring people in from all over. Like when the team from where were they from? This last-
Buford, the last game was Carolina, so they were from Charlotte.
Carolina. They
Charlotte.
they had a good number of
Right.
folks there, and they spend money in this community. So we want that, but we want our own folks to attend as well. So
Make them look good too.
that's right. That's right, Mr. Can you go to Chris? Can you go to just one from the Facebook page? One of the last game.
And my shirt size is a medium.
You don't wear a medium. I don't wear a medium.
Hey, I was on the phone with my merchandise manager on the way here. I said, be prepared for a phone call after I leave from here. So we'll definitely get you squared away.
I just wanted everybody to get a look at the crowd from one of the games. It's so exciting. These are games where you have basketball scores. You know, really, like 93-21 was one of the scores.
You bet.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Yeah, and then it was 80-70 last game, and the game before that, I think we won 65-23. So yeah. So
Can you get it? Okay. Kevin, thank you so very much. I think Julie Moore's daughter is involved with doing
Right, the
some
broadcasting.
marketing and
Yep.
stuff from the game, and all of that's really exciting. Man Cave, for you guys that Man Cave,
Yeah.
they did some, you're not Alex. They did interviews, came in and did interviews with the Georgia Doom. So a lot of people are finding out about it. We just want the local folks to find out and support, or they're not going to survive.
Yeah, and all the games are screened on YouTube on our channel. So if you just pull up Georgia
Okay.
Doom on YouTube, it'll show all of our games as well. So
All right, yeah, that's one of the crowd shots there. But it's
All right.
exciting. It's exciting. It's good for Macon. So, and it's Georgia Doom, so there are players from all over. But most of them are from Georgia. Is that right?
yes, we have a third that's from the Middle Georgia area, and maybe half are from Georgia. The other half are from all over, from Philadelphia all the way to California. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much. And that's our county manager right here, Mr.
All right.
Keith Moffitt.
All right.
So
I look to see y'all out May
he's-
12th.
He's an arena fan.
All right. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, South Bibb Recreation Center. When you find something else, if you'll put it up. You didn't find anything on Facebook? It's just. I apologize for the length of the meeting, but we've had a couple of meetings that we're trying to catch up on. People who have.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert Walker, the Director of Recreation. I was asked to come give an update on the South Bibb Recreation Center. Tentatively, we're scheduled now to open that rec center on May the 26th, and that's around the same time we'll be opening our swimming pools around the county. The schedule is exactly what we are currently doing at our rec centers now, Monday through Friday, 11 to 8, and on Saturdays from 9 to 3. We are in the process of hiring staff, and I'm working with the HR department to get those positions posted within the next 2 weeks, and we can go ahead and start interviews so we can get those staff members trained and in that rec center. Telephone systems, they're operational now. I was out there on Friday meeting with AT&T. Cox Cable will be here this Friday to hook up the internet as well as the cable services for the TVs, and Matrix, which is Ready Fitness. That's the weight equipment that we also have at Memorial Frank Johnson and Rosa Jackson. They're tentatively scheduled to have that equipment in and ready by mid-May. And this puts us in a position to be able to have some programming there, instructors like we currently have with Zumba classes, some art classes, as well as have our facility there for rentals to be able to rent our baseball fields and run a baseball program next season coming up. Access to computer labs, be able to use those tennis courts that are there now. So at that point in time, look like we're well on our way to having that facility open and ready to go on May the 26th.
Do we have an alarm system set up in there for the sheriff's office, or are we planning on it in case,
There's already an alarm system there. When the contractor was there, they were setting it off from time to time, giving me calls. So it's already up and operational.
We've had issues before in other locations, and I just want to make sure that we let people know, you go break in, you get caught.
It's going to call.
You go to jail.
Okay, go ahead.
How did you solve your budget situation as it relates to the hiring of the city?
Well, I spoke with the county manager, and we met, and we came up with a plan to open it now with limited staff and look at bringing in additional staff going into the new budget year.
Okay, I'm really, really happy that there is an opening date. My district is right across the street from, this is in Commissioner Shepherd's district, but my district starts right across the street. So many of my constituents were asking and anxious about this one because they knew they were paying their splost pennies. So I'm glad to see this.
And just so I'm clear, because I heard a rumor, so I just want to make sure. Because these are new hires, you're not pulling folks from existing.
Well, we're going to open the positions up for in-house as well as people outside. We're going to hire the best candidate for each position. So there could be some people pulled from in-house depending on, or they could come from outside as well.
But in the event that you, like, the scenario isn't, because I heard a rumor, so just so we in the open now.
That you were going to stretch some present employees over, and that's not the case, right?
No.
They would lose one.
We're going to hire, like I said, open up for hire, and we're going to hire people based on their qualifications. And I'm not going to say that.
You have the money in budget for that?
Yes.
I got one last question here on the athletic leagues that you're talking about, softball and other fields that we have. Now, is that bringing in the churches as well as other organizations to play ball out there also?
Yeah, we'll rent to any organization as long as they abide by our contract, whether it's church or youth association or just somebody that wants to.
You're notifying them about that?
Yes. Okay. I am in talks with a few organizations.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Okay.
I'll be glad to get it open. I want a place to go swimming.
It's a wonderful facility. It's huge, huge. So I know the people of South Bibb and any other area, anybody's free to use
Austin
any.
County, Jones County.
Well, yeah. But
Peach.
anyway, they're all happy to get that update, and thank you for all the work that you're doing, and to move all of this forward.
One last question.
Yes, he has one final.
Did we ever come up with a solution about these other counties that would be, because we're right there on the border, about them coming in and using our facilities, and we do have to have a card of some sort? Have we ever looked at that, about them paying? You know, you're still working on that? Okay.
We are discussing it now. I'm talking to our county manager about how we're going to do that.
Yeah, because that's going to be a long range thing, because you got so many people from these other counties be coming in. I mean, this is our money.
You're gonna want me to buy something, aren't you?
What county you from?
No, I'm referring to he's gonna want some type of card reading machine or some type of point of sale thing that he wanted. Am I close on that?
I'll come back and talk to you about it.
Yeah, I see it coming.
That's gonna be real hard to do.
There's no here.
It may cost more than it ends up saving us, but anyway, I guess it's a discussion to have.
Thanks.
All righty. Thank you very, very much. Now we'll jump back. We did not anticipate that it was going to be this long, but we appreciate everybody. We did have a report from Main Street.
It's kind of up on the agenda.
He's trying to say we looked over that one. Okay, the report from Main Street.
Hey, good morning. My name is Emily Hopkins, and I'm the Main Street Macon manager. I want to thank y'all for giving me time to come today and tell you a little bit about Main Street and the things that we're working on. First, next slide, yeah. I'm going to give you an overview of Main Street Macon, share our annual impact numbers for downtown Macon, the things our program has accomplished in the past year, and what we're currently working on for 2018. So first, next slide. What is Main Street Macon? We're a quasi-public-private organization housed in the Economic and Community Development Department within the Macon-Bibb County government. We have a board that helps make the decisions of the type of projects that we undertake, and that's composed of 7 members. This unique position allows us to guide business owners through government processes, facilitate community events in downtown Macon, steer beautification and infrastructure projects, while promoting preservation and building collaborative partnerships that all result in a healthier, stronger urban core for Macon-Bibb. Our mission is to collaborate to bring life and business to downtown Macon, and our vision is a revitalized downtown Macon that is our region's commercial and cultural center, maximizing social and economic opportunities for a diverse population and preserving the neighborhood's historic urban identity. As a Main Street program, we're a part of the National Main Street Network. So Main Street America was established in the 1980s by the National Trust for Historic Preservation as a means of revitalizing the historic urban commercial centers throughout the country, because there's a lot of disinvestment happening in our historic downtowns. So because we're a part of that network, we followed the 4-point for revitalization of economic vitality, so leveraging investment for a healthy economic ecosystem design, so promoting a strong preservation ethos and focusing on people-centered public spaces. Promotion, so hosting events that attract people to our urban core and marketing the things that make that area distinct. And organization, so following best practices and making sure that we're building and leveraging strategic partnerships. In Macon, we follow that 4-point approach with our marketing grant program, our signage program, promoting historic preservation resources, being a resource for those who want to hold events downtown, and also doing several signature events ourselves, like the Macon Beer Festival and the annual Christmas Parade. And also in Macon, we're accredited by the National Main Street Center, but through our state Main Street office of Georgia Main Street. So we're required to do monthly reporting to show what's happening in our program focus area, which is the Central Business District. Next slide. And from those reports that we found that in 2017, there was over $19.6 million in public and private investment in our Central Business District. And all of that is calculated using metrics that follow that 4-point approach. So one of those things is events. We had 531 events in downtown Macon in 2017, and we use the Macon 365 calendar to do this kind of reporting, determine what events. So these are really conservative numbers because I know not everyone uploads their event to that calendar, but this shows you gives you an idea of how much is happening in downtown and what an economic impact those can make. We had over 262,000 people attending those events, with over 10,000 volunteer hours contributed to make those a success. And of course, Main Street, we plan our own events. We help facilitate some that downtown businesses do, like the Mardi Gras block party. We do our signature events like the Christmas parade and Christmas in downtown. This past year, for the first time, we did trick-or-treating in downtown Macon, which was a huge success. We had over 2,000 people come out and families pick up candy and comic books and dog treats at over 30 participating businesses. So that's an example of the kind of collaboration we're doing with these types of programs. And also in 2017, Main Street Macon held the Wintervention Electric Dance Party, which was a really fun night in March to shake off the winter blues. And it was family focused and family friendly, and it was funded by a grant from the Downtown Challenge Fund. We also report on the public improvement projects. So in downtown Macon alone, there were 15 projects undertaken by different groups like Public Works Department, Parks and Beautification, Facilities Management, and that resulted in over $171,000 of investment in those projects, like adding more trash can and recycling cans and adding bike racks to our downtown area. And of course, preservation is a huge focus of the national Main Street and the 4-point approach. We had 5 building rehabs completed in downtown Macon this past year with a total investment of almost $8.5 million, and that's all privately invested. And through that, we also had 25 new housing units added through loft projects, because that's what we're seeing a lot of our rehabs as in our downtown area. And of course, we work with our partners, Historic Macon and Newtown, to make sure those projects are happening. Additionally, we had a lot of new businesses come to downtown Macon. We had 25 new businesses open last year, but 7 did close. But we still ended the year really strong with 18 net new businesses. And Main Street Macon helps welcome those groups and gets them acclimated to the downtown area. And another big support system we have for our downtown businesses, but also for our businesses countywide, is the Main Street Macon Marketing Grant. So this is a grant that's available to any small business with 5 or fewer employees located within Macon-Bibb. They can get up to $1,500 to spend on an advertising campaign, and that requires a 10% match. So they then contribute $150 to that advertising campaign, and most of those dollars are spent here locally. So they're investing with different media partners like the Telegraph or the news stations and TV stations and that sort of thing. So we have, from the 19 grants that were awarded this past year, it was over $31,000 reinvested back into our community locally.
Where does that money come from?
That is from the Community Development Block Grant. So that was set up through our department with the Economic and Community Development Department, and that's all federal funds through HUD.
So that supplements basically newspaper, the media.
Correct, yeah. So it's meant to fund advertising campaigns in order to grow those small businesses who often don't have that kind of budget for marketing. So it's a boost for them, but the other great thing about it is that we encourage those businesses to use local advertisers so that that money's still kept in our community. And additionally, we won a few grants ourselves. We won 3 grants through the Downtown Challenge Fund of the Community Foundation of Central Georgia. The first of those was the Be a Regular campaign. That's a marketing campaign as well to promote downtown Macon through some collaborative efforts and to reinforce the idea to be a regular in our central business district. Additionally, we won a grant in the amount of $35,000 called Public Art as Economic Development, and this grant will help us develop a public art policy for the entirety of Macon-Bibb. So this is another county-wide initiative, but the funds will also allow us to install 3 public art pieces as well. And we won a grant to bring back the Mac Party, which was a really fun event held in downtown Macon two times, but for different reasons it didn't happen again. So Main Street is trying to revive that and working with Mercer and Wesleyan and Middle Georgia State University to introduce college students to our business community, not just downtown businesses, but all those businesses, doctors' offices, all those folks that they can support throughout their time in college to connect them with those folks. And so that's what we've done in 2017, and we're looking ahead, starting to work on new projects. Our board develops an annual work plan every year, and this is something you can download from our website and see what we're up to. And part of that work plan is that we develop 3 transformative strategies. The first of those strategies is, next slide please, is to fundraise to make Main Street Macon viable and sustainable. We are given a budget from the county, and we are very appreciative for all of those dollars that we use to improve our community. But our board also wants to supplement that with some fundraising through private ventures so that we can do more projects and things that we're interested in doing to improve the downtown area. Our second transformation strategy is to create a more walkable, livable downtown for everyone. This is a pretty big goal, but one of our focuses particular for this is to focus on the family. So next slide. We are going to do more events that really encourage families to come out and support our businesses downtown. And then to just enjoy our urban core with the new improvements on Poplar Street and all the great things we have going on. We want families to come here and it to have that atmosphere that makes that conducive. We're going to work on expanding trick-or-treating in downtown Macon since that was so hugely successful. And we're also really honored and thrilled to partner with Brian Nichols to help do some of the programming for the Christmas Light Show extravaganza and help facilitate that, because that was a huge boon for our community at the end of last year. And we want to make sure that's sustainable because of all the great things it did to connect all of our community members and showcase Macon to a regional audience. And our final transformation strategy is to define and promote Main Street Macon's role in downtown Macon. Our organization was founded in 2011, and as you know, a lot has changed since then. From this presentation, you've seen that a lot has changed in the past year. So it's really time for us to reevaluate our program, the types of things that we offer, and what we can do to better serve our downtown community and our community at large of Macon-Bibb. So we're getting ready to undertake some surveys and have some stakeholder meetings to figure out where those voids are and how we can fill those gaps in a way that makes sense and leverage more partnerships. But you can go ahead and tell us what you think now. We'd love for you to connect with us online, email us, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Let us know what you think. We'd love to start hearing from our community and implementing those ideas as soon as we can. And finally, I just wanted to take a second to thank all of our partners, because I'm a staff of 1 and our board consists of 7 members. The work that we do is only possible through our partnerships and how we leverage all the talents and resources of all the different folks who are working on this common vision to build a better Macon. And that's all I have for you today, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. This was very good information. Did I miss the Cotton Avenue Revival? Did you have that on there?
Do you have different pictures of it, and I have it listed, but yeah, that's definitely
What's
an
it?
event we like to partner with the Cotton Avenue Coalition to promote that area of our central business district, because it is a huge historic resource and very important to the history of our community.
Is that's in the area that you would cover? Is
Correct.
that
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because we don't want to leave that out. We're right at the point of making some progress with the medical center around the Navicent roundabout and other things for that area. So we certainly want that to remain, a
Absolutely.
focus wherever. Okay. The only thing, street lights that those need to be extended into that Cotton Avenue area. It would be like a couple of streets that are near the medical center.
Yeah, absolutely.
That way that'll complete it.
That's something we can work on.
All right, any questions, comments? Great report.
Yes. Yeah. If you're saying there's nothing to do in Macon, I don't know what you're doing, because there's always something going on. But yeah, and I think that's a pretty conservative estimate, like I said, because not everything is captured by that calendar, because it's up to the event facilitators themselves to upload that, and people get busy.
You'll follow up on the art project.
Yeah. Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any members of your board with you?
I do not.
Okay. Who's on your board?
We have Brad Belo from Planning and Zoning, Trish Whitley, who represents Historic Macon and Piedmont Brewery and Kitchen, Dr. Anissa Jones with Total Health Chiropractic, and also the Pink Chief and Pink Confetti. She's also running for the Water Authority. Heather Lee Wakefield with Ware, Scott Mitchell with Travis Jean Emporium, Stacy Lane, who is a downtown resident, and I believe that's everyone. Rachel Haller with Bike Walk Macon. And that's our board.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, committee, where are we now?
I think we had the regional
Redevelopment.
commissioner.
Urban redevelopment.
We had Alex.
Chairman Lucas, are you aware that you also have updates to approve the Wordo weekend at Arrowhead Park and the Father's Day event at Sandy Beach?
Yeah,
We moved those over to yours as well.
Yeah,
Just
I
want you
see
to be aware.
did. You moved everything over. We were trying to make sure we had reports from everybody who was held over from previous meetings. We're trying to catch up from like a month of
And
meetings.
FYI, Commissioner Watkins suggested or requested lunch. So we've ordered it, and it should be here at 1 p.m.
Very much. Yeah, because this is going to be an all-day thing. But
It
we
don't
are
have to be.
earning our $2.80, sir.
It don't have to be all day. It don't have to be.
I just ignore him. Just ignore that. Okay. So. Oh, okay.
Lake Arrowhead, I heard something?
Yeah.
We need to, on the Father's Day at Lake Arrowhead, we should have been able to talk to the man that was here, the receiver, about that, because he's talking about parking. And, we put that together at Bibb County, old Bibb County, years ago, and they didn't have enough room parking in Sandy Beach. Now, I'm not against it. I was for it, still for it, but they gotta have, it's $3. We're talking about coming in and all that and the other. We're gonna have to work out with the receiver on that.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that there's so many people that attend this event, we run out of parking?
Yes, they park all, yeah.
And they pay to park?
Ask the sheriff. The sheriff,
And they
they're
pay to
talking about
park?
the Father's
Right.
Day.
This sounds like a wonderful event. How many can we do?
Talking about the Father's Day.
Okay, let's go on and put this, let's go ahead and discuss this. We'll go to, let's see, Weirdo Weekend
That's okay, that's fine.
at Arrowhead Park.
I make a motion to approve.
Is that
Yeah.
weirdo or weirdo?
Y'all, come on. Y'all Weirdo Weekend?
Be me. This is actually two different things that you guys are kind of talking about at the same time here.
So we're just talking about Widow
He's on
Weekend.
weirdo.
Yeah,
with him.
I'm Jeremy Bryant, and I represent what has come to be known over the last couple of years as Weirdo Weekend. It's actually pretty much a private event. We just utilize the park. It started as a group of 5 families that just love to camp, and we started as just a group of people that would go out to Arrowhead Park on Memorial Day weekend. And one year I decided to have a treasure hunt for the kids. I went to the bank, I bought $50 worth of gold $1 coins, stuck them in a box, dug a hole, put it in there, and had them look for it for the entire weekend. Well, it's kind of grown over the years. Now we actually have so many campers that camp with us that we utilize the entire park at Arrowhead. Some of you guys may remember me from about 4 years ago. I had to come and ask for permission. We had a fireworks show one year out there at this event, which you guys unanimously approved, and I hope we do the same again this year. I want to apologize up front because until I got here this morning, I really wasn't sure what information you wanted from me, but I think it's pretty much agenda-driven on what we're looking to do this year. Our big marquee event that we would do this year is we're having a laser show for the kids. There's also on Saturday, we would have our cardboard boat race. There will also be a BMX bike show. It's the same company that has done a lot of events for some of the schools in Bibb County as well as surrounding counties. We seen them on a Facebook page for one of the local elementary schools, so we reached out to them to have them come and do an event for us this year as well. Another thing that would be on our agenda outside of the regular treasure hunt that happens every year, we'll have a big buffet dinner on Sunday, as well as we'll have a dueling piano show on Saturday night as well. That's pretty much in a nutshell, just real brief and real quick for you guys. If you got any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them, but that's pretty much our agenda for this year.
Any questions on?
So yeah, I'm Googling it right now, but when you say cardboard boat race, you mean?
Yes, it's a cardboard boat race. The rules is your boat can only be made out of duct tape and cardboard. It must have one adult as well as one child on board. We do we make buoys with painted empty milk jugs. They do one lap. The winner of the race, we give them $500.
That sounds real unsafe. What I mean, I don't understand that.
They're in waist deep water.
Water right in front.
Oh,
right
waist
thing,
deep.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They get out
Yeah. That is really that is one of our marquee events. I mean, people you'd be surprised how competitive people get building those boats, and when they win, we give them a championship belt, that they get to keep for a year. So it's really, really very family oriented and family friendly.
Weirdo doesn't actually stand for anything.
No, let me tell you, back to the kids. The kids are the ones that actually named this event. If there's one thing that I could ever take back, especially now having to stand in front of you guys, it would be the name of the event. But the kids said we were so weird for doing all of this stuff for them every year. And so that's how the name came about. And speaking of our kids, we've been doing this for so many years now. We're actually on our second generation of young ones. The ones that we started with, because we actually started this event, I would imagine, somewhere around 2006, 2007, a couple of years before the Mother's Day tornadoes tore the park up. But those kids have since graduated high school and moved on to college, and so we're on our second generation of young ones now.
Okay. Okay. From the standpoint of the park itself. Okay. So up to the.
He writes us one check for 5 days, and the event he's talking about, the cardboard boats. I have 2 rangers go out there on the boat and watch over them while they do that event. And they clean it all up and discard everything in the trash cans.
It's good.
So what's the fee for this? Did we have it in?
It's, I got it in my folder. It's $7,485 for 5 nights, and they just rent pavilions, campsites, all that they use in the campground. The citizens are still allowed to come in if they want to, or go to the bike trail and ride the bike trail. Nothing's really restricted. And they have a law enforcement officer off duty at their entrance
How
gate.
many? How many do you have to have?
We typically have one law enforcement that we get from Bibb County, and they're on.
Sheriff, is that enough for an event like that? One.
Yeah.
Okay, but they are responsible for all the security, though, aren't they? We can't count our own folks who are out there. So most events have to have an officer, for so many.
Yeah. Can I interrupt?
So, yeah.
Based on what we know, that one officer is plenty for, because our head count's only somewhere around 400 to 500, basically. And
that's a lot of people.
That's in and out,
of
though.
people.
Yeah.
Not that you're gonna be out there all the time, right?
Yeah. Actually,
Right.
So one is enough.
Yeah. Plus you're gonna have the boats on the water when they have that out there. Yeah, DNR's out there with the boat.
yeah, just to give you an idea, if we wasn't there, that park would still fill up and sell out for that Memorial Day weekend, and you wouldn't have that extra security
That's
level.
not my point. My point
Oh, okay, I'm
is
sorry.
that generally for events, we have more than just one security person that the rent.
It's good. I make a motion to approve it.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
We are going to need to prepare a resolution on this. This actually didn't go through legal. I wasn't aware of it. I think there was just a little miscommunication. So if y'all want to make a motion, that'll be fine. I'll have a resolution ready for pre-commission. I'd like a chance to look at the code just to make sure there's not anything that applies to this that I'm not aware of.
Fine with that. Did you have something?
Should be.
You got Mel.
Hello, speak. Okay, it's there. I got 2 or 3 questions here, Mr. Bracewell, and I've had complaints from the general citizenry, not about anything other than you're dominating the park. And there are people who want to come in here with their families and reserve a spot. So what I'm understanding is they totally dominate all the camping area. Is that correct? Okay, so nobody else gets to use it and bring their families in. I know Mr. Bracewell works for us. So, that's my concern. You've dominated and excluded everybody else, and people have called me 2 or 3 years in a row and saying we want to bring our families in, and we can't. It's
Yeah.
gone. We have no say so in the matter.
Yeah, but we follow all of the rules as far as reservations. At one time, we would literally, the rules were set forth that you couldn't rent the park or any campsite until this day. Mm-hmm. And so we have literally camped out to make sure that we're first in line. We hadn't kept anybody else from coming. They're just not as willing as we are to stand in line and camp out overnight to get their reservations. We don't exclude anybody from being able to come into the park. We just go the extra mile to make sure that our group or our campers are first in line to do it, and we follow all the rules that are set forth by you guys.
Yeah, can I address this to Don, please? Yeah, you're not excluding anybody. We are, and I don't understand. And you're building it like a sales of a concert or something, and they get in line. I understand that. It just seems to me that our policy ought to be to set aside X number for other people who may want to come in and bring their families, because we're totally excluding these people, and because you do what you say you do, Mr. Bryant, that our policy is excluding others. So my beef's not with you. My beef is with our policy. I don't think that's a fair policy to the citizens of Macon-Bibb County.
I disagree with you.
The way it was, like Mr. Bryant said, they would line up at the door, and we would get there like 6 o'clock and start taking reservations one by one and manually putting it in the campground, and they take up the whole campground anyway. When Doug Fernie left, they brought Ben Hamrick in, and he decided to just take one lump sum where Mr. Bryant can distribute the camping permits, and we would know who they are instead of us putting them in one by one. And we can't deny nobody a campsite, no matter if they line up at the door or we do it the way we're doing it. But I found it a lot easier to keep doing it like we're doing with Mr. Bryant, to do one lump sum. But I do understand what.
But in fact, you are denying people because of that system. It just seems to me you ought to set aside, if one major group wants to come in like their group every year, and that excludes everybody else, and I get calls this the second or third year in a row, we can't reserve it. It's already booked. So it just seems like something needs to change to allow X number of sites for other people other than this specific group.
Well, my personal opinion that I found through the years, that 5 people that want 5 campsites come in here camping with 53 other people don't want to be there. I mean, be honest with you. They don't want them 5 sites to camp out with 53 people that know each other.
Well, that's contrary to what I'm hearing from citizens. So I don't think it's a good system. I'm not on that committee, but I'll vote against it in the general session.
But you can also send, we've got other sites. We got Sandy Beach over there that we can put people over there to come in, and it's a prettier site than where we sending them to. And with less people, we'd probably be
well, then
best
maybe
for
we
them.
need to promote that as far as we've got other sites.
To go a little bit further, we do need more camping sites out there. We started to do that back when we had the problem before, when it just tore out Sandy Beach and not Sandy Beach, but Arrowhead. And we could make that Flint Rock that's closed. We could also look at that also in the future about making camping.
So, Don, are there current sites at Arrowhead now?
Yes, sir.
For camping?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many would that be?
Probably 45 as of we speak. Now, Claystone, every more day we do, we offer them Claystone. We got 45 sites in Claystone that they line up at the door in the morning time to get.
So when that 45 is booked, do they spill over into Arrowhead, or they just?
No, sir.
Just, okay. So
They
there
just
is an
got
option. We could tell people there are options. So you got how many more? 54 more?
45.
45 more at Arrowhead.
And we do the same thing at 4th of July reservations, but we don't rent out the whole park like we do Mr. Bryant. They'll line up at the door that early that morning. We start taking one by one, either give them an option to Claystone or Arrowhead.
So is
And that's-
Arrowhead usually booked the same weekend,
Yes, sir.
fully booked?
Yes, sir.
And it's the same process? Okay.
From Memorial Day to Labor Day, we're really extremely busy. And we
Especially
do.
on major holidays.
And we do Labor Day the same way too. We set a certain day to tell people to come in, and we take the people at the door that stays out there, early that morning before we start answering phone calls.
The only difference, you got one group that's dominating that one given holiday. I yield back.
They've
Thank you,
rented
Madam
it.
Chair.
I got one question though. I just, the difference, he's saying that, the date that you're able to come in and purchase your reservation. I don't know why we're getting punished because we're there in line first to purchase those reservations. I guess I'm kind of confused on why people would be complaining when all they have to do was get there with us in line.
Okay,
to get the
you don't have to go through
Yeah.
that. What we're gonna do, do you
make a
have
motion.
one?
I had a motion
Okay,
to go ahead and get a resolution printed up by our illustrious attorney back there, and so we can go and get done what has to be done with it.
okay. It's been motion and second to approve pending the
Resolution.
attorney's office
Yes.
developing the appropriate legislation. And then we'll get all the other details and the information, any other information at next week's pre-commission, but the committee will have already given, will that work?
You want me to draft a resolution to approve?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Right.
I'll be
Thank
ready for
you.
pre-commission.
Thank you. Okay, so any further discussion on that?
Not on this one, but with our director.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Opposed? Okay, so it's with legal down, and you can work out all of those things. Is there the parking fee? Do people pay that $3 parking?
No, ma'am. When they rent a campsite, they can put up 4 people on the campsite. Now, additional people, yeah, they pay $3.
That's the standard way you do it.
Yes, sir.
That's standard.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, when you buy your campsite, that includes a parking pass. Now, if you're just an individual driving into the park in a car, then you pay the $3 parking fee. But anytime anybody camps, they get a parking pass. That's part of your nightly fee of camping, and that's at any of the parks. At the
Okay.
lake.
All right. It looks like at some point we need to look at all of that as a separate kind of thing, how all of that's handled and who is reserving, who's renting, who's got like the water park out there. And, he's brought up this issue of not doing the parking fee and all of this stuff. So it looks like we need to have a discussion separate from this. Okay, do we carry that motion?
Yeah, we carry it.
Yes.
Okay, so that's done. All right.
Thank you so much for your time
Thank
and
you, and
questions.
y'all have fun.
We'll talk to him a second.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Y'all know that we are building out at Arrowhead a continuation of our bike trail. And do you know the figures yet about what this bike race brought in? I mean, I do. I mean, did you know?
I don't.
We have for this last thing at Arrowhead, which we're working on right now, getting ready to build an addition to the bike trail to make it a national bike where you're bringing people all over the country here. We had just this past weekend 122 participants in the bike race. That's not counting the kids they brought in and the wives they brought in. But we do know some used camping, others came in and stayed at hotels and motels, and we're looking in the future months of getting this additional built, which you're familiar with.
Yes, sir.
And how it's going to be bringing in so many other people. We've not had to put one employee out there, addition, because they're coming in and doing this riding.
Yeah, that's correct.
You want to ask anything on that? I can't give you an employee. Don't have any. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. and we appreciate your patience. We know we've had a long agenda, but hopefully this takes care of a lot of things that we've put off. So the next item is, while you're here, approval of the Father's Day event at Sandy Beach.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Michael Brown, and I come here today to request permission to hold an event at Lake Topsaika, Sandy Beach, entitled Father's Day at the Lake. It's a family-oriented event. I'm quite sure most of you know about it. In the past, and like I said, it's a family-oriented event. We're aware of the problems with traffic in the past. I mean, I've been in that line myself. So we've contacted the Sheriff Department to try to come up with a remedy for that. And we've, still have to discuss with him on what, we can do about it. But we are aware that that is the problem, and also trash. And we are also
Well, you know, the
prepared.
trash outside the park also, where they were parking, we had tremendous problems with that, parking in people's yards and everything. I don't know, or is this be a different event from the Father's Day of the past? Because, I was one of the ones that went along with that when they first opened this up. And then it got bigger and bigger, and we had people coming as far away as Atlanta down
Right.
here for this. They park all up and down the Mosey-Dixon Road. They go down Johnson Road. They park in people's yards, the driveways and all. And we did have some problems. We want
yes.
to make sure that doesn't occur again.
Yes, we want to make sure that don't happen also. But like I say, we're trying to work with the Sheriff Department, and hopefully, his deputies can take care of that.
Well, our other issue was the water park. And we was talking about that earlier when I talked to you about that, about how they would go in and how you could separate going for the family atmosphere, because you're talking hundreds coming to your event. And then you have the water park on the right, which is also in operation at the time. So it's going to be tough to. I'd like for them to be here, but it's also going to be tough to find how to separate the water park issue. And I think the number of deputies you have out there, there's only going to be 2 deputies and you take care of it. You're going, okay, whatever.
Okay,
Well,
you have, was that all of your information?
Now, as far as the water park goes, they have their parking area, I assume, for what I see, and I don't think that'll interfere with us. For as that mission to the park, we made a suggestion on how, as far as our event is concerned, that, for as the park, paying the park, it's not a problem with us, because our admission and the park admission will be included. So if they pay $10 to get in, $3 of those dollars go to the park. So
no parking.
The problem would be that there's so many people that want to show up to your event to bring you money that we're not able to process them fast enough. That's the main problem.
hopefully.
Well, let me say that we also are going to need to do a resolution on this item, and what I'm seeing is that this is being done as a special event, and why it's coming to you, it's a little. So they would be paying a total fee of $1,425 for the event. Am I correct on that, Mr. Braswell?
That's just within the parks now. That's not including the sheriff's office. That's from the gate to back to the parks.
There's somebody prepared a schedule that says fees at Lake Tobesofsky special event upper pavilion. Is this just the standard fees? This isn't for this.
Pretty
event?
much, yeah. That's just standard.
Okay, I'm going to need some details to know what to do for the commission to approve, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I need to know are they paying this fee, or are they paying?
No, that fee was on top
got
of
a
the $3
lot of
per
questions.
person come through the gate. Now, what they discussed with the sheriff's office, that's not included in that. Mr. Brown never brought me a proposal about the money.
Well, I think we need to get that finalized before we move forward and approve it, is what I'm saying. So I'm asking the commission to hold off, at least a pre-commission, till I can get some more details. And I'm going to need the same type details for the other event,
Okay.
for the Weirdo Weekend.
All right, do we want to take that same action, or do we want to?
Motion to approve pending further legal inquiry. If I might.
Yes, Sheriff, go ahead.
Did you get your motion and second?
We didn't get a second, but we want to hear what the sheriff has to say, and then we'll entertain that.
A couple weeks ago, a representative came to meet myself and my staff about this event, and having remembered back from the Father's Days of the past, we knew of what you would need to have as far as your infrastructure and support, and what we had asked them to do, because Tobosofsky is a little bit different than like Parks and Rec, but to get the application that is required for anybody to rent any facility, which has some of the same basic questions about how much security you need, how many people you're expecting to be there, and those kinds of things, and then provide us with an overall plan of who all you're expecting to be there. It mentions DJs and bands, how many bands, that sort of thing, and how many people you're expecting, because we will have to have some off-duty deputies there, because this is a specific event. It's no different than when we work the street party downtown, or when we have any other events throughout the community that an outside entity puts on. They have to pay for some of the security on the event location, and then we'll have to get a traffic plan up for people coming in. This may be the first year of this, so it builds up, but we need to sort of have a base plan already in place for if this event continues and expands. So,
No alcohol.
and certainly the rules of the lake of no alcohol and those sort of things, and what we have suggested on these type of events in the past is to have a place where people come in and they get checked, sort of like when you go into a football game or that kind of event, where people can be checked to make sure they don't have any kind of alcohol or any other prohibited substances or contraband or anything that they might be trying to bring in.
Chairman Lucas.
Okay, yes, sir.
I was going to make a comment about this. Recently heard about this, haven't spoke to anybody, but the backstory is this event, Father's Day weekend, probably took place over 20 years ago. And it was done by a local radio station, Big George radio station, and he was in charge of it. And it was a partnership with Macon-Bibb County and that local radio station. And so if somebody's coming back for a new partnership, then I guess we'll just do the same thing. But I just wanted to say that it was a partnership with Big George radio station. And so the whole idea is to, I guess, rekindle that. Last one I remember attending was in 1994, and so that's how long it's been. And so it was a partnership with Macon-Bibb County and Big George radio station, and I just want to share that.
Hey, I'm assuming we'll get all the details at pre-commission, and we'll be able to make a decision as to whether we want to go forward. All right, we'll entertain that motion again.
Motion to approve pending legal
Action. I second.
Okay, it's been motioned in second. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, and so we will have this and the other item on the pre-commission agenda next week for that additional information and a vote there to go on to full
You have to
commission.
do the same thing the others do, is get back with them on the information.
Right. I'm assuming that the county manager is going to kind of pull it all together and make sure that we have a document to look at with all the details next week on both of those items.
Yeah.
Is that?
That's what we need, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay. We are almost finished, y'all. We have spent the day here. Thank you, Mr. Brown. The last item, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, is the Middle Georgia Regional Commission request to update update us on the urban redevelopment plan. They have waited patiently. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Can you take a seat?
My name is Kaylee Sullivan. I'm with the Regional Commission, and we're here on behalf of the Housing Authority to request permission to update your urban redevelopment plan. They're gearing up to submit another request to DCA for funding for Tyndall Fields. It's their last phase. If you'll remember, we updated your urban redevelopment plan for them last year. It helps them get additional points for this application, and it's just, in general, a good idea to update your urban redevelopment plan. Next slide. So that is a picture of your urban redevelopment plan if you haven't seen it lately. Next slide. So your urban redevelopment plan, I won't read the slide to you, basically is your blight plan. You've decided on an urban redevelopment area, and this is where you're going to focus on combating blight. Next. This is your urban redevelopment area. It consists of about 22,000 acres, about 30,000 parcels, and it covers about 13% of the total county acreage. This is your plan in action. If you can see that top left picture, that house is now demolished, and then the one below in 2017, it hadn't been demolished yet, but it was on its way there. So why update? Like I said, the Housing Authority is looking to submit an application to DCA for funding or tax housing credits for Tyndall Fields Part 3. Next. So proposed updates to the URP, ultimately we're just looking to update pretty much every section to include what's happened in the past year. And then these are updates that we'd like to put on your radar. We wouldn't necessarily be able to do them in this cycle just because they're on a short deadline with their application process. But there are new federal opportunity zones, and we'd like to align that with your urban redevelopment area. And then also, you discussed implementing an economic incentives policy, and we'd like to integrate that into your plan as well. Next. And that's basically it. Do you have any questions?
Tell Claire to call back.
Just decline or okay, questions? All right, introduce who else you have with you. And
We have representatives from the Housing Authority, Kathleen and Bruce.
I thought you retired, Bruce. Okay.
Second.
It's been motioned and second to approve. Any additional information? Anything y'all need to add? Okay.
And just to go over the process very briefly, with your permission to move forward, what that will allow us to do is to hold a public hearing, which will formally announce the updates to the public. I believe that's going to be this Friday at 2 p.m. In this chamber, and then we will see you again on Tuesday with a resolution that we will have worked with the county attorney on. That does formally approve those updates.
Okay. All right. So, it's been motion and second to approve this. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? Okay. So,
Thank
thank you very much for your patience. Y'all, I know, have learned a lot about local government, though, from sitting in all morning, as we have. Okay, that's, Madam,
Yes, ma'am.
Clerk, have we, Mr.
Well, yeah, I was gonna give you an update. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go across the hall on the commission.
Let me go ahead and start.
Wasn't there one
No, sir.
who brought
No, sir.
this?
No, sir. No, sir.
Wh-
Let me give you an update, sir. We have lunch, and we were gonna convene over in commission chambers and get an update from Senator Lucas while we have lunch, but we're trying to confirm something for 1 second.
Back up here.
Let me request. I have two updates on budgets. I would love to do them now, and then back, we'll just do action items if the committee is okay with that. We'll add it to,
yeah.
we'll add it to, we'll add it to,
You
back
want
end.
to
Yeah,
add it to you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. If that's everything, we want to thank everyone.
Madam Chair, I think you're holding something the county attorney left for Historic Macon Foundation.
That's what we're talking about.
They're gonna take care of that. Okay, if that closes out our meeting, that's everything that we have. Thank you all so very much for giving half of your day, but it's for the good of Macon-Bibb. So with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you. And again, I know that lunch is waiting, but I think it'll behoove all of us if we can keep powering through these first two items. I got an update from the Douglas Theater, and I see
Okay.
the board is here.
We'll
Update from the Macon Arts Alliance with Ms. Julia Wilkins. Yeah, we'll do it.
What did you say? Oh.
1, 2, 3.
take my water.
So I know it's been a long day for everyone. Thank you guys for powering with us. I convene the Committee of Operations and Finance at this time. If I can have
So moved.
approval of the minutes.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second